I wanna be there when the people start to turn it around, when they triumph over poverty. I wanna be there when the people win the battle against AIDS. I wanna lend a hand. I wanna be there for the alcoholic. I wanna be there for the drug addict. I wanna be there for the victims of violence.
Okay, just testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As it stands, we expect to start at just before 8:30. Hopefully, if everybody's seated, we will do that at that time. Okay, is that okay? That's fine. Thank you. Thanks.
Wesibukeli sonke zakithi sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu lapha sihlangana khona bazokhala abantu sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu lapha sihlangana khona bazotelengani sibuzobani ngathi thina ubani ongathinta thina sishonge bhola webafana ubani ongathinta thina sishonge bhola webafana singathi ukukhahlela kancane kuzojabula nobani sishonge bhola webafana qina wezinsizwa ushono pempe webakithi qina wezinsizwa ushono pempe webakithi anogijima ngebhola elihle isibukeli sishaya baphela akeno qina wezinsizwa sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazokhala abantu sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazotelengani sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazokhala abantu sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazotelengani sibuzobani ngathi thina
Lapha njena sizobona umdlalo kakhulu usuqalile umdlalo phakathi njengoba uzalo umsindo lowo umsindo lowo basibukela yona phela iminsi ekhaya lapha njengoba umsindo uthomela kakhulu lebona lowo uthomela ndawo makada lo ube uskuta lowo ube umbaqanga njengamanje umbaqanga lokho bamfika asuke ibhola njengamanje ngoba lapho super league lowo ibhola kinje neza ngena phakathi lebona alito phakathi neza usishila ngena ngempela kisho ngena lebona kahle kakhulu kisho ngena ibhola
sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazokhala abantu sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazotelengani sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazokhala abantu sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazotelengani sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu labasi hlangana khona bazokhala abantu sibuzobani bengathi ibhola lethu
Right, just testing. Okay, may I have your attention, please? We're going to start in about 10 minutes, maybe less, shortly. So this is important. If everybody can be seated, that's the first thing. But the second thing is you've been put in designated areas for you to be seated. But the request we have for now, and this is for the morning session only, is for you to fill up the spaces in front of you. So to repeat, there's a designated area for you to sit, but for the morning session only, we request that you leave the designated area and you come further forward, closer to the podium, right? That's only until lunchtime. Thereafter, you go back to your original position. So if you can oblige, I'd appreciate that. We should be starting in about 10 minutes maximum. So come forward, outside your designated area, closer to the front for the morning session only. Thank you. Please be seated, right?
Usaore moyo ganeria, Mariane we ganeria, Mariane we. Usaore moyo ganeria, Mariane we. Usaore moyo ganeria, Mariane we. Mariane we ganeria, Mariane we. Usaore moyo ganeria, Mariane we. Usaore moyo ganeria, Mariane we. Shinga moyo shinga, Mariane we. Harufuru neshanje, kusaura vanodandana. Usaore moyo andradzi, Mariane we. Usaore moyo ganeria, Mariane we. Shinga iraga ganeria, Mariane we.
And we'll be starting shortly. And let me repeat what I said earlier on. For those of you, everybody know they've been seated in designated areas, but just for the morning session only, you can get out of your designated area and come further forward, okay? So to fill up the front areas. Later on in the afternoon in particular, you need to go back to your designated areas. So if you can come as further forward as possible, that would be absolutely great. We should be starting pretty shortly. Thank you. Your attention, please. Can I request that each one of you now take your seats? Please take your seats as we will begin the proceedings pretty shortly. Thank you. A quick announcement about to get seated. We're going to start shortly. I've also said that people need to come further forward as possible, but let me also tell you that do not get to the first 3-4 rows, which are completely reserved. So come forward for that morning session, but not in those first 3-4 rows that are already reserved for delegates and speakers. Thank you.
Hey
Okay, your attention, I've been given the 5-minute countdown, so we should start in about 5 minutes' time. Thank you. request for you to take your seats. We are going to start imminently. I need you to get seated now. Thank you. You need to get seated now. We're going to start proceedings. Thank you. Okay, if I can just insist and request at the same time that please can everybody be seated. We are starting imminently. If you can all be seated, please. Lots to talk about, I know, but we can catch up during those tea breaks and the extended lunch breaks that will take place. But for now, we need you to be seated so we can get moving. Thank you. Okay, just before we get moving, the members of the media who've been positioned in front, you've been allocated specific positions and you know where they are. If you can go back to those positions right away, there's no need for you to be right in front, right? Okay, everybody's seated. We're gonna get moving. Yeah? Can I get a thumbs up? Can we go? Absolutely. Thank you. Right. So it's interesting. This morning, when I got here, I used a taxi. And the taxi driver said, "You're very early. Are you off to BRICS?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Why?" And I said, "Well, you know, I have a dream. I have a dream that one day my country, South Africa, will become this champion nation." And he said, "Okay, and that means what?" I said, "It means best in class. It means that everything works. Huge growth, no unemployment, no poverty, a sense of equality versus inequality, no crime, great education, fantastic healthcare, great leadership. And that's what I want for my country." So the taxi driver then tells me, "Okay, I get that, but what about the other countries?" So we had this conversation, and I said, "Okay, you have a point. You know, it's one thing wanting my country to be best in class, to be this champion nation. But true champion nations also build other nations into champion nations." So we had this fascinating conversation that took place. And then he said, well, in my conversation, in this one nation helping the other, he asked me a very important question. So he said, "Ashraf, okay, so you want to have this champion nation, so how are you going to get there? And how are we going to ensure that others get there?" So I said, well, I can talk about myself personally. I have a deep sense of my personal purpose in life, and I have a deep sense of whatever my country's national purpose is. And I always try and link my personal purpose to my national purpose, because it's very clear when I succeed, my country succeeds. And vice versa, when South Africa succeeds, then I succeed. And so the taxi driver said, "Well, what about the rest of the world?" So I said, "Well, That's why we have BRICS. That's why we are all here. That's why we have Brazil and Russia and India and China and my host nation, South Africa, and these big five of countries that collaborate and co-create, one lifting the other, so that one day these five nations can uplift the world. And if I think about amongst the mission statements of BRICS, this need to restructure the global political, economic, and financial architecture to be more equitable and balanced. And then just yesterday, the South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said, he talked about BRICS as a move towards a more balanced social order. Think about that, a more balanced social order. So, my name's Ashraf Garda. I'm the program director for the day. And to all of you, welcome, welcome, welcome indeed. Welcome to BRICS. Welcome to BRICS 2023 here in South Africa. Give yourself some applause here. And to the people of BRICS, from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, to Moscow in Russia, to Mumbai in India, to Beijing in China, and to my home city of Johannesburg in South Africa, a warm welcome and wonderful to see you. And we hope that we bear witness to my dream with my taxi driver conversation, and to the people who are present and the people who are absent, but following the proceedings all around the world, hanging on to a thread, to an umbilical cord that gives us hope to build this new, just social order. So I did say applause, but I like longer applauses, and I'm going to suggest that we have a good 30-second clap for every one of us here present. So let's do that. Make it loud and make some noise. Yay! Make some noise. Welcome, welcome. That's great. Thank you so much. Right. We have a very, very busy program. I'm not going to say much more for now. Let me, however, call upon South Africa's Honorable Minister Ibrahim Patel, the Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition for South Africa, who will formally welcome you to BRICS 2023. Honorable Minister, you can get to the podium. Thank you.
On behalf of the South African government, I wish to warmly welcome you at this BRICS Business Forum on a beautiful late winter's day. I want to welcome all 1,200 delegates from across South Africa, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, as well as many other countries on the African continent. I want to welcome the cabinet members and deputy ministers from South Africa. I welcome our distinguished guests, including the President of the New Development Bank, Ms. Dilma Rousseff, and the Minister of Finance of Brazil, Fernando Haddad. I welcome a dear friend, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Wamkele Mene, as well as the Minister of Trade from the Republic of Mozambique. I welcome the heads of the respective BRICS Business Council chambers and the inaugural chair of the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council, Patrice Motsepe. I welcome the large contingent of exporting firms present here today. Last year, South Africa achieved a record performance, exporting 2 trillion rands worth of goods, representing almost 1/3 of our GDP. I welcome the ambassadors and the high commissioners present from a number of partner countries. To all of you, Sawubona, Ola, Privyet, Namaste, Ni Hao. To all of you, a special welcome to this province of Gauteng, the economic powerhouse of the African continent, where 35% of South Africa's wealth is generated. This small but very productive province, it accounts for 5% of Africa's GDP. Just 5 years ago, this city, founded on gold, hosted the 10th BRICS Summit in the year 2018, in what seems like a different age and a different world. On that day, just 1,850 days ago, the world appeared simpler, less volatile, less uncertain, friendlier. It had not yet encountered the damage of the COVID pandemic, nor the deepest recession since the Second World War. Today, the world is more polarized, climate change is more pressing, and the speed of technological innovation is rapidly increasing. And these trends, dear friends, in turn are reshaping our economies and our societies in profound ways, more profound ways than many of us could project. Add to these changes the vast shift in the locus of economic activity, from the traditional northern centers to the new industrial engines of the East and the South, beginning to mirror the true demographics of the world. Change creates turmoil and tensions. As the world changes, we see a rise in unilateralism and a pushback on the global rules-based system. Yesterday, the BRICS Manufacturing Forum met at a venue some kilometers from here to reflect on the changing world and its meaning for economies. We concluded that these developments, these major trends taken together, are disturbing permanently the old ways of doing things. Business as usual is no longer an option for the private sector, for governments, for the global trading system, for all of us. We must innovate and adapt to this new normal, an often volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous, and fractious world. It is in this context that the BRICS Business Council meets here today. It meets with grounds for optimism about the future. Optimism in spite of the challenges I have spoken of. BRICS countries taken together account for more than a quarter of the world's economic output, that wealth that is annually created by workers and entrepreneurs. BRICS has built important institutions, like the New Development Bank that drives investment in infrastructure that supports economies and societies. It has built networks of knowledge exchanges and policy exchanges, putting forward a worldview based on our right to develop, to live not on the charity of others, not as the servants of others, but as equals, building our economies. We live in an age where the power of science and technology and innovation has been trained on the world's problems, from the development of vaccines against the COVID virus, to the green technologies that can help to decarbonize the energy mix of the world. Hundreds of millions of people have been lifted out of poverty through industrialization backed by trade and technological development. And on the African continent, 54 countries have embarked on a courageous step, a step to break with the patterns of neo-colonialism by building a continental free trade area that will bring together a market of 1.3 billion people and provide a spur to African industrialization. No longer simply a raw material supplier, Africa is taking its place in the world as an innovator, as an industrializer. Meet the Africa of young people, rapidly urbanizing, digitally connected, energetic Africa. We are pushing against a legacy, a toxic colonial legacy of 55 states divided by borders, to a continent of 1.3 billion people, united in our resolve to act in a unified manner, firm in our view that legacy is not destiny. The world has troubles, but the world also has brave individuals who confront those troubles. We can make our future. Today's business forum is an opportunity to consider how companies and firms in our economies, the power of the private sector, can help us to grow, can prosper through collaboration and partnerships. Dear friends, at a time when an argument is made that we should only trade and invest with friends, we must make the argument instead for a global trading and investment architecture based on fairness. We must point to the enormous benefits that have been derived by the flow of capital and goods across borders. We must invest and trade in ways that support the efforts of developing countries to industrialize and to enhance the welfare of citizens and workers. Colleagues, many thousands of years ago, our ancestors sat around fires, discussing perhaps the future of the tribe or the next hunt, or ways to survive the harsh winter. Today we meet not as small tribes, but across the wide demographic that is humanity. Using the power of air travel and digital communication, we bridge language and culture to bring together representatives of billions of peoples, to consider ways to grow our economies, to create jobs, to protect the planet. Our modern world is built on the great civilizations of the past and on the contemporary efforts of scientists, of innovators, of entrepreneurs, and of policymakers drawn across all continents. This is the context of today's meeting. This is what you as business people will take as a framework within which to forge business-to-business partnerships. And as I conclude, to all our visitors from outside the continent of Africa, welcome home. Welcome home to this place, the cradle of humankind, the birthplace of humanity, where our story as humans began. Welcome back to the land of your ancestors. You have been away for a long time. I now, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, declare this meeting of the Business Forum officially open. Thank you.
I think I love that end, Minister Ibrahim Patel. Welcome home, because we're all part of from this cradle of civilization. So welcome. But the other points that were made by Minister Patel about Africa in particular, and the 54 nations that make up Africa, and a need to move beyond the impact of colonization and how we can create a fresh new legacy, an extended legacy not just for the African continent, but certainly to be a form of and a source of inspiration for people all around the world, I think is particularly important. And the point that you've also brought up, that there has to be a new way of thinking. And that fireside chat example that you gave, I think is so poignant, because it's a pretty mild day. We don't need fire. We call it a baula in South Africa. We don't need that now. But the symbolism in the modern world of this fireside chat is exactly what we are now. So all of us are in many ways having this fireside chat right now. And within that fireside chat, like our elders, the elders of Brazil and the elders of Russia and the elders of all the other countries from India to China to South Africa had it in their own fireside chats all those years ago, all those centuries ago. We have the responsibility of doing the same thing, and I trust that is what will emerge coming out of the 3 days that forms part of the BRICS Summit 2023. So I thank you for your time, Honorable Minister Ibrahim Patel. Much appreciated. Let's move on then to...
And that's how I knew that he was a special child.
Fernando Haddad from Brazil, the Minister of Finance from that country. Thank you and welcome.
What's your best friend? Tell me, is it something that I've done again? Like you've lost your best...
dia a todos e a todas.
After the song, so you ain't gotta feel no way about Jay so long. But at least let me tell you why I'm this way. Hold on, I was conceived by Gloria Carter and Agnes Reeves, who made love under the sycamore tree, which makes me a more sicker MC. And my mama would claim at 10 pounds when I was born, I didn't give her no pain. Although through the years I gave her her fair share, I gave her first real scare. I made it for birth when I got here. She knows my purpose wasn't purpose. I ain't perfect, I care, but I feel worthless cause my shirts wasn't matching my gear. Now I'm just scratching the surface cause what's buried under there was a kid torn apart once his pop disappeared. I went to school, got good grades, could behave when I wanted, but I had demons deep inside that were raised when confronted. Hold on.
Sean was a very shy child growing up. He was into sports, and a funny story is, at 4, he taught himself how to ride a bike, a two-wheel at that. Isn't that special? But I noticed the change in him when me and my husband broke up.
Now the teachers couldn't reach me and my mama couldn't beat me hard enough to match the pain of my pop not seeing me. So with that stain in my membrane, got on my pimp game, fuck the world, my defense came. Then the Haven introduced me to the game. Spanish Jose introduced me to Kane. I'm a hustler now. My gear is in and I'm in the in crowd. And all the wavy light-skinned girls is loving me now. My self-esteem went through the roof, man. I got my swag. Got a rover from this girl when the man got back. Plus I hit my mama with cash from a show that I had. Supposedly knowing nobody paid jazz whack ass. I'm getting ahead of myself by the way I can rap. That came second to me moving this crack. Give me a second, I swear. I would say about my rap career. To 96 came. Niggas, I'm here.
Goodbye. Sean used to be in the kitchen, beating on the table and rapping, and until the wee hours of the morning. And then I brought him a boombox, and his sisters and brothers said that he would drive them nuts. But that was my way to keep him close to me and out of trouble.
Goodbye to the game, all the spores, the adrenaline rush. Your blood boils, you in a spot knowing cops could rush. Yeah, you in the drop, you so easy to touch. No 2 days are alike, except the first and 15 pretty much. And trust, it's a word you seldom hear from us. Hustlers, we don't sleep, we rest one eye up. And the drought could define a man when the well dries up. You learn the worth of water, without work you thirst till you die. Yep, and niggas get tied up for product. And little brothers, ring fingers get cut up to show mothers they really got them. And this is the stress I live with till I decided to
businesses can play a crucial role in driving these essential changes. In the realm of ensuring food security, the BRICS nations have been proactively working towards creating reliable framework for cooperation. The looming impact of climate change on the agriculture sector necessitates collective action. It is imperative today that we work together to enhance the resilience of agricultural economies. In our collective efforts, I also want to underscore the significance of women empowerment. India, under the leadership and guidance of Prime Minister Modi, has shifted the focus from women's development to women-led development, acknowledging their potential as agents of profound societal and economic change. BRICS member nations can come together through the BRICS Women's Business Alliance. This alliance can serve as a powerful force to promote gender equality. Lastly, I commend the BRICS Business Forum for its role in fostering economic relations and providing a platform for the exchange of collaborative ideas. The opportunity to harness the immense trade and investment potential that lies in the emerging markets is available for us to grow and help our economies. It is time to make our partnership more self-resilient, self-reliant, and prosperous, not just for the good of BRICS member nations, but for the greater good of the world. My best wishes to each and every one of you, and my good wishes for the success of the BRICS Business Forum in South Africa with this very, very important theme of making accelerated growth and sustainable development a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Piyush Goyal, Minister of Commerce, Industry, Consumer Affairs, and Food, Public Distribution and Textiles in India. Appreciate your time. I think just of that conversation, the point that was made about women development and empowerment and leadership certainly resonates with South Africa. We are in the midst of what is called Women's Month, where there's this massive drive annually centered around Women's Day to highlight issues around women. So that certainly resonates. Talking about women and women in leadership, I can't think of anybody in my country who makes a better impact in terms of leadership than the next speaker, Puti Mahanyele Dabengwa, who speaks as a member of the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. Puti, if you can come up, please. Thank you.
Honourable Ministers, distinguished guests, founding chair of the BRICS Business Council in South Africa, Mr. Patrice Motsepe, ladies and gentlemen, representing business and media, good morning, goeiemorgen, sanibonani, dumelang. We welcome all of you here. Thank you for the kind introduction, Ashraf, and thank you to the ministers for the guiding messages that they have given to us, which will really go a long way in informing and directing our discussions today. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the South Africa BRICS Business Council, I'd like to thank you and welcome you all to this BRICS Business Forum that we are having today. It is undoubtedly a privilege to be amongst all of you from across the BRICS nations and the African continent. I'm looking forward to the content-rich program which we have before us, which is under the overarching theme of making accelerated growth and sustainable development a reality. Today, we are here to discuss critical issues that the BRICS nations and the continent faces. Our agenda provides us with a unique platform for networking, knowledge sharing, and collaboration amongst business leaders, thought leaders, policymakers from across Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, and the rest of the continent. We're extremely honored that our program is presided over today by our respective heads of state. We have curated panels and sessions where we will be having discussions with representations from each of our BRICS nations and the African continent. During the day, we will investigate the rules and regulations required to establish a working framework that can help to accelerate trade and investment across our economies. In an increasingly interconnected world, it is important for the BRICS nations to come together to build our economies through strengthening of economic partnerships and unlocking new opportunities of shared and overcoming shared challenges. We're going to be exploring agricultural development and synergies amongst the BRICS nations. It is important to address the critical issues facing the agricultural sector. Through the promotion of technological advancements, through agricultural finance, knowledge sharing, we can revolutionize the agricultural practices that we currently have and ensure that we have food security for our nations. The other important panel that we'll be discussing today is on the just transition. As we deal with the complexities that our societies are facing, issues around climate issues and societal challenges, these are important issues that will help us to build a pathway to ensuring that we have inclusivity, that we are promoting economic growth, and that we are embracing social equity and building resilient societies that flourish under a sustainable path for all. Then we also have the entrepreneurial opportunities and market access as key enablers for the small and medium-sized entrepreneurs. This is another important conversation. The BRICS grouping's economic might and growth is dependent on the successes of these small and medium-sized enterprises. And so by creating enabling environments where we can ensure that our entrepreneurs have access to the capital that they require, to the market access that they require, and most importantly, favorable policies that will ensure that our entrepreneurs can flourish, is something that is important for our sustained growth. Africa takes center stage today with the African Continental Free Trade Area, which is a key theme on our agenda today. The goal of creating the largest continental free trade area in the world is something that is important for us as BRICS nations. And so from that perspective, this creates an opportunity for BRICS nations to be able to engage with a united Africa. And so we look forward to engagements across the African Continental Free Trade Area. In today's interconnected world, collaboration can help us not only to navigate the many challenges that we continuously face, but also help us to capitalize on opportunities that regularly present themselves. And so by working together, we can harness our collective strengths, leverage our respective expertise, and unlock new avenues for sustainable growth. Undoubtedly, the BRICS nations are at the forefront of technological advancements. And digital transformation is important because by jointly harnessing the power of technology, we can drive efficiencies and create new areas for business growth across our economies. We must prioritize the needs of the most vulnerable, the most marginalized amongst us. We need to ensure that we have inclusive growth and have shared sustainable growth at the core of our collective efforts. So therefore, investing in social infrastructure, whether it be education, healthcare, is important in ensuring that we can uplift our populations and create a brighter future for our generations to come. The recommendations from the 2023 annual report certainly indicate this focus. It was excellent yesterday to listen to the recommendations from the working group chairs who expressed the work that they have been working on across the working groups. And I'm hugely excited by what we'll be seeing coming before us. But I won't say too much because this report will still be presented to the heads of state tomorrow. but I look forward to what will be coming out of that report, because it is one of the proof points that will show that this is not just a talk show. This is actually work that we want to ensure is transitioning to the man in the street in all of our nations. As we go about today's agenda, we must all take time to acknowledge and celebrate our combined economic might and our diverse resources. A driving force in a global economy is who we are. And just to add further context, remember that as the BRICS nations, we account for 25% of international trade. We contribute to over 30% of global GDP. We make up just over 40% of the world's population. And so in conclusion, I encourage you all to make the most of the BRICS Business Forum and to actively engage with one another, share your experiences, and find avenues for international trade, investment, and propose actionable solutions that will shape the future of our nations and the African continent. Throughout our discussions, we must remember that our strengths lie not only in our shared challenges, but they lie in our shared aspirations. We must collaborate, exchange ideas, and learn from each other's experiences. By working together, we can create an environment that promotes a sustainable development and unleashes transformative power of our BRIC nations and the African continent. Finally, as you go about shaping this BRICS Business Forum, I leave you with a well-known quote from President Nelson Mandela. It is in your hands to make a better world for all who live in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Puti Mahanyele Dabengwa, speaking on behalf of the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. I mean, you said so much. Lots of debate will come through with the moderated sessions later on. But I mean, that point about the potential in terms of the largest free trade area in the world being discussed now and being put together, and to ensure that that will impact the world big time, I think that certainly excites me. So we pray that will happen. And your last quote from our former President Nelson Mandela about it is in your hands, I think is telling, because it is certainly in the hands of the leadership of all the BRICS leaders themselves. Let's move on then now to the first of the moderated sessions, and that's around collaboration and cooperation, which I think is a necessary segue, just brilliant. I'd like to call upon Nozipho Shabalala as the moderator, who will then introduce the panel herself. Thank you. There we are. Let me just tell you, Nozipho is the CEO of the Conversation Strategist, and of course I know you, but I love the fact your quote about why you do what you do, you know, helping smart people have simple conversations that make the world a better place. So we're looking forward to your simple conversations with smart people that will hopefully change the world. I'll leave it over to you. Thank you, Nazim.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much. I am going to welcome my panelists, so kindly please join me up on stage. I'm going to first start off representing South Africa to call on Madame Busi Mabuza. She is, of course, representing the South African chapter of the BRICS Business Council. She is the board chair of the Industrial Development Corporation as well. Madame, thank you very much. As you come up, if I might invite you to take this seat closest to me. Representing Brazil, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to please welcome Mr. José Sarado Neto. Let's give him a round of applause as he makes his way up. He is, of course, the chair of the BRICS Business Council in looking at the Brazil chapter. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, for Russia now, we are calling on the chair of the BRICS Business Council for Russia, and that's Mr. Sergei Katryan. Let's give Mr. Sergei a big round of applause, please. Making our way to India now, welcoming the chair of the BRICS Business Council there, and also chairman of Apollo Tyres. Please help me welcome Mr. Onkar Kanwar onto stage, please. Thank you very much, sir. If I might give you a seat there. And closing off our panel is Mr. Zhang Shuagang. He is the Vice Chairman of the China Council for the Promotion of International Trade. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this panel discussion is really about calling on the chairs of the different BRICS Business Council chapters to give us progress around key agenda items where they have been intentionally collaborating, coordinating with the view to strengthen economic ties and the view to unlock trade and investment. So this really is a short, sharp conversation that looks at what progress have we made. With that in mind, Madam Mabuza, let me start the conversation with you. We heard Madam Mahanyele Dabengo saying Africa takes center stage. The theme this year is BRICS in Africa. The question to you is, how has BRICS unlocked trade and investment opportunities for Africa within the bloc? And perhaps you might like to comment on the role of South Africa in facilitating these opportunities.
Nozipho, thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible. So first of all, the opportunity ahead is actually much bigger. That's why this conversation here at the moment is very important. So in terms of where we've come from, in 2000, I was looking at the statistics, the BRIC nations, so excluding South Africa, of course, joined in 2010 and attended our first summit in 2011. In 2000, BRIC accounted for 7% of global trade.
Right.
You did hear from Puti at the moment, BRICS accounts for going on to 30% of global trade. Intra-BRICS trade has grown by, in the past 10 years, an average annual rate of 7% or over 7%. These are very compelling numbers. However, for me, the even more important success of the BRICS formation, especially over the past 10 years, has been that we have now created a model for the world that moves us away from an extractive approach in terms of economic engagement towards a collaborative approach where we can all benefit. And why this is important for the African continent, we have the resources in abundance still in our continent, be it the human capital in terms of the youth that we have, be it in terms of the mineral resources or other natural resources. The next wave of global growth will, in my mind, Nozipho, come from this continent. And it is thus important that we are sitting here today inviting our BRIC partners, because we see that they accept, they understand the multilateral approach where there is mutual respect, where we're all working towards a win-win outcome. And we're inviting them to come and participate in the industrialization of this continent, because this is where the world needs to see the next wave of global growth.
Madam, thank you very much. And what you've done for us is you've put a marker on the board and you've said the next wave of global growth will come from this place and from this block and from this continent. And so, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep tracking that as we do that. But you've shared some interesting numbers. And Mr. Sarado, I want to come back to these numbers because, again, we're talking trade and we're hearing today that that is tracking towards 30% if we look at trade within the block. My question to you is not so much around how we've gotten there. I'm more interested in how we're going to increase that trade. If we're going to meet this aspiration of really driving the next wave of growth, we've got to increase the trade. How are we going to do it?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for the invitation to be here. It is always a pleasure to be in the great city of Johannesburg. Very welcome, and a special thanks to our chair from the South African chapter. Well, in terms of the future, it's very important that we state that the BRICS Business Council is a very strong organization, has built a very profound work in identifying intra-BRICS sector networks. So we have promoted trade missions, we have worked on showcase investment projects within the BRICS nations. So this is part of the tasks that we undertook to bring us where we are. We have adopted a trade and investment promotion statement, which is a plan of action for the next 10 years. This obviously includes enhancing balance of trade through bilateral agreements, to the exploration of value chains opportunities. So it's very important to say that when you see the BRICS Business Council work, we are not only on bold free trade statements, we go into the supply chains and we identify specific opportunities of integration, and I'll come back to that later on. And again, we are not only talking about intra-BRICS trade, we are talking about intra-BRICS trades, but for example, also with the African continent as well. We are also developing a BRICS calendar for trade and investment promotional events, because we understand that the B2B work that is undertaken under these environments are extraordinary in terms of promoting business and investments. And just to give one example of the sectorial issues that we've been discussing, I don't want to give any spoilers on the recommendations to the head of states, but taking the field that we work at Embraer, we have proposed what we call an airlift strategy. An airlift strategy will be a comprehensive plan to make sure that we have air connection between the BRICS countries, because without air connection, there is no flow of passengers, there is no flow of tourism, that negatively impacts the tourism, it affects cargo, it affects particularly the business people who are traveling, promoting business, investing, and doing trade. So this is a comprehensive plan, and we are going to go drill down the problem into identifying inclusive city pairs that could be served by regular flights to foster that strategy. So that's just an example trying to respond to your questions on what we foresee without having any spoilers on the recommendations to the head of states.
No, you've done a fantastic job, Mr. Sarado. No spoilers, but certainly very good news for all of us as we're listening in, really ensuring that there is air connection amongst the BRICS member states, which I think is fantastic. What you've also said, which I think was really insightful, is that we're not just playing at the surface. We're going into the value chains. We're looking at the supply chains, and that's really enlightening to show the level of work that's going in. Let me then go to Mr. Khatri, and let me come to you, please, sir, with the next question. If we look at the BRICS bloc in terms of the aspirations around economic development within the bloc, where are you seeing the most potential to drive economic development amongst the member countries?
Ну, вообще-то, самый главный потенциал, он в самом простом, в человеческих отношениях. 10 лет назад я не мог себе представить даже, что встречу людей с самых разных концов нашей планеты, которые станут моими друзьями, партнерами по дискуссиям, по тому, что мы делаем в рамках БРИКС. Вот рядом со мной сидит Анвар Канвар, во втором ряду сидит господин Мацепа. Это те люди, с которыми мы 10 лет назад подписывали учреждение делового совета БРИКС. Ну, как вы видите, отношения наши сохранились, они просто сохранились. Я уверен в этих людях. Надеюсь, что они также уверены во мне, что на любой вопрос, на любую просьбу каждый из нас откликнется. Это маленький пример из того, что мы пытаемся вместе все создавать. Прежде всего, человеческие отношения. Они идут на разных уровнях. Это президенты стран, премьер-министры, министры, рабочие группы, наши форумы, выставки, конгрессы. Это возможность общаться с друг другом. Это возможность надеяться, посмотреть в глаза и знать,
to see each other in the eye, look in the eye, and to have discussion face to face. Then you can really work on the decisions on different issues and different problems. We might have different opinions and different views, but it's the opportunity to honestly talk to each other. And this, I think, is the biggest potential. If we speak about economy, and it was already mentioned that we hope to reach 30% of the global GDP. Then 2050, BRICS would be dominant, absolutely dominant. And that would be a completely different picture on the global scene. So first of all, we have opportunities not only to work on other countries with which BRICS is working, but we have huge potential within BRICS. So very easy, simple example. So for agriculture is the most important sector in BRICS, and countries, we buy 315 billion of agricultural products outside our countries, but only 23% of these 315 billion we buy from each other within the BRICS countries. And I think that's a huge potential in our countries, so to realize that potential within our alliance. So there are lots of opportunities like that. So there is potential, there's huge potential, and the interaction with other countries, especially on the African continent, it's the opportunity like triples even. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Katrian. So two really salient points. One, agriculture as a key sector that we should be looking at. But I particularly loved the opening part of Mr. Katrian's response, where he talks about the importance of the relationships. And that's what is actually going to deliver the economic aspirations that we have within the blocks. Because when we can speak honestly, we can really begin to push in the same direction. Let me then move on to yourself, Mr. Kanwar. You've been associated with the BRICS Business Council for the last 10 years. You've seen the group grow, you've seen the group mature. I'd like you to maybe give us a forward look now and talk to us a little bit about how do you see BRICS businesses contributing to the sustainable growth of BRICS member countries?
Thank you very much. Very good question. I think the question you raised is very relevant. In the name of economic growth, we've been abusing nature. And that is what is happening. And nature is giving a revenge, coming up with, you have fires, floods, global warming. All these things are happening because we've not bothered. We've just been busy pushing economic agenda. So I think time has come now. There'll be no tomorrow. You see, now it's question everybody knows. We have to use fossil and renewable energy. You know, there are a lot of industries, especially steel, aluminum. Unless special efforts are done, little is being done, but a lot is desired to be done so that this emission, is removed, because they are the one which is maximum emitting carbons. So it's has to have the low carbon. Everybody knows it, but yet actions are not being taken. Now on the water also, 20th century is going to be a big challenge for not only for the planet as a whole. We have to make sure how we make sure the water is reused. Now, there is agriculture. How do we have sustainable? So there we have to see how we can have drip irrigation.
Yeah.
And then at the same time, in the drip irrigation, we should treat, we have, how do we make sure that this, we prevent post-harvest. There's a burning of these butts, and that again emits a lot of emission, So it's very important we should do that. Now on the urban center also, we should, water harvesting, rainwater harvesting. This has to be done at every level, at every home. And I think this is happening in a big way in India, but I'm sure other countries are also following these things. Because I like said, water is going to be a very big challenge for the planet as a whole. And that's going to be, you have everything, but you will have no water.
Yeah.
So it's very important to address that. And then apart from that, we have to have collaborative efforts from each other. Conclusion is, if we don't do these things, then ultimately, we will be, for our grandchildren, will feel that they will feel not proud, but they feel that they will be ashamed of us. So it's very important to make our grandchildren, future generation, to feel so that we are able to leave something in terms of the planet, the abuse which we have been doing, and we've been seeing the effect all over the world.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanwa. Mr. Kanwa says, urgency, the time is now. There is no tomorrow. Let our grandchildren not be ashamed of the actions or the inaction that we might have chosen in our time. Thank you very much for highlighting, of course, renewable energy sources, which we'll talk about in the just transition conversation a little bit later, but also the urgency around action around water. And thank you for taking us all the way back to our households, because that's where the micro decisions are taking place. Mr. Zhang Shogan, let me come to you, sir, in this first round of questions. How do we go about unleashing the trade and investment potential that sits within the BRICS bloc? And how do we create even more opportunities that we have for more economic and trade cooperation? How do we do that? Maybe give us some insights.
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I would like to join my previous panelists in thanking you for inviting me to be here to attend this very important discussion. To answer your question, I would like to say, as a lot of panelists and also the minister mentioned, that the BRIC countries enjoy a very powerful economic weight in this world. We account for nearly 40% of total population and account for 25% of the GDP and also nearly 20% of global trade, which already demonstrate the strength of BRICS countries in this world. And I would also like to say, since its inception, the trade and investment cooperation has always been in the core of our collaboration. And after the pandemic, I believe it is the right time for us to think about how to redirect our direction for the future collaboration. I think maybe three issues we need to pay more attention. The first issue is the policy coordination. We are the emerging market, we are the emerging economies, we are the representatives of developing world. I think we need to have some kind of better policy coordination so that we can make our voice wider, louder, and also we can always generate the synergy. So along this line, I believe something like to keep our market open, to support the trade and investment liberalization and facilitation, to support the multilateral trading system embodied by the WTO, to fight against the protectionism, so on and so forth. Those are the very important policy elements. If we can always keep mind for those policy elements, I think we can ensure we will move in the same, similar, and the right direction. So this is the first point I want to highlight. The second point is the practical cooperation. And actually, from the very beginning, the BRIC countries always organize a lot of business events on a yearly basis. Even for the last year, we organized a lot of trade fairs, investment promotion event and also the business forum like this one. So I believe those practical activities have proven very effective, and it's warmly welcomed by our business people because our business people can find trade opportunity to find their investment partner for their future collaboration. So I think those sort of, although it's very traditional, but it is very useful. We have to keep the momentum for those pragmatic activity among the BRICS countries. And if we can invite more, for example, our African country, African friend, to take part in further, that would be wonderful.
Yeah.
And the third point, I think, is that maybe it is the right time for us to consider to elevate our institutional collaboration, cooperation. Why I mention this point? Because when I moved into this meeting hall, I heard a lot of terminology about African free trade area.
Yeah.
And I think the free trade arrangement, it is a very modern, very powerful trade and investment mechanism which can remove all the trade and investment barrier and provide the institutional guarantee for our future trade and investment cooperation. It's going to be a very useful mechanism for us to upgrade our cooperation, the BRICS cooperation for the next generation. Maybe that's still a long-term issue. However, I think it is right time after the pandemic for us to consider this option in a more positive manner so that we can make this as a future policy option. And I believe if we can have the BRIC FTA available, we will have a new look of BRIC cooperation, and we will create a new economic landscape for the world economic structure. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Xiaogang. So 3 very practical insights: policy coordination, practical cooperation, and more of it, because we're seeing this already, but also institutional collaboration. Madam Mabuza, one of the things that Mr. Xiaogang speaks about is the opportunity that can be unlocked when the bloc and the economic zone that is the African Continental Free Trade Area comes closer together more deliberately. Should that happen successfully, now that we know that the economic zone has been operationalized, in your view, how does that get us closer to the aspiration that you painted for us, which is, of course, to make sure that the next wave of economic growth is from here?
Nozipho, if you start by looking at the intra-trade within ourselves in the continent alone, the opportunity there is absolutely amazing. We need, of course, to focus on the infrastructure, because without the infrastructure, we will keep dreaming about the trade within ourselves in the continent, but we won't be able to get the goods to each other. We won't be able to get the services to each other. People-to-people interactions, absolutely critical, as my colleagues have already indicated. And there are policy measures that we need in order to enable more of that people-to-people interaction. The issue of visa regimes is not formally on the BRICS Business Council agenda yet, but I believe if you asked anybody in this room if we shouldn't, as business, be talking about visa regimes, because it enables us to then interact and unlock the opportunities as businesses, I believe that you would get very, very interesting answers. The BRICS Business Council is, of course, structured in 9 working groups, most of which are sector-focusing, and 2 of which cut across the sectors. The Skills Development Working Group cuts totally across for very good reason, because we need skills in every single area. and the work that they are doing there is going to help us share knowledge, share skills, and be able to trade upwards in terms of the value chains. Trade and investment is a new focus area. We used to have a working group that was called deregulation,
Yes.
because we could see the policy obstacles that were preventing us from enhancing trade amongst each other. Now we have refocused that into a trade and investment working group to drill down into the opportunities, as already indicated, be they in the aviation sector, be it opportunities in the agri-sector,
Yes.
where we do want to trade more and more with each other. My colleagues in South Africa have indicated that the opportunity for them is even bigger ahead, much as we've seen growth in terms of trade with our BRICS partners. We believe that the opportunity is even higher. Final comment from my side. The continent experienced, especially during the COVID lockdowns
Yeah.
and other economic shock events that happened in the world, experienced potential food insecurity,
Yes.
facing potential food insecurity in the continent, with so much arable land, with so much youthful population that is ready to actually work the
Yeah.
fields, with partners that have delivered agri-parks in
Yes.
their own economies. So we need to partner in terms of investment, skills transfer, and unlock such opportunities, to be specific.
We're running tight on time, but I just want to push a little bit because I think that's a fantastic response, Madam. How do we do all of that and not leave SMEs behind? Can you give me a quick comment on that?
We can't leave small, medium enterprises behind, because the nature of our economies
Yeah.
is that they are driven by small, medium enterprises. And in fact, if you're looking for job creation, you need SMMEs at the center of your strategies. And I'm actually quite excited that in our working groups, we have businesses, large and small, collaborating on these opportunities.
Yeah.
That's how economic growth is fostered.
Fantastic. And Mr. Serrata, you were nodding as Madame Babuza was speaking. And so what I want to bring to you as a question is the question of the Global South. Because what the BRICS bloc has done is that it really has allowed the investment spotlight to also shine on the Global South. Can you talk to us very briefly on some of the strategic partnerships that Brazil is not only an active participant in, but is potentially leading and driving, and how this is allowing us to unlock the trade, the investment, and the economic ties?
Thank you very much for the question. I think that renewable energy is probably one of the most relevant strategic sectors for Brazil, since it is highly relevant for the global economy. In Brazil Energy Matrix, just so you know, it's roughly 48% participation of renewables, as opposed to the world average of less than 15%. So this global scene directs investments to regions that can offer abundant renewable energy sources at competitive prices, which is the case for Brazil. In terms of specific partnership, I'm going to cite just two examples that I think that are critical. One is in the energy sector, the recently announced collaboration with the Chinese State Grid Investment Corporation, with Brazil, with the Porto of Açu, in the study of viability of producing offshore wind energy, solar energy, blue and green hydrogen in Brazil. So this is one clear example of a partnership between two BRICS countries. This was announced during the recent trip from President Lula to Beijing earlier this year. And I think that captures the sense of what I am talking. And my second example, in the field of aviation, is what we call the SAFs, the Sustainable Aviation Fuels, or the aviation biofuels. The challenge on the aviation biofuels is very simple to explain. There are no aviation biofuels enough for the demand in the world. The demand is 10,000 times the supply.
Sure.
So there is huge opportunities. Brazil is working hard, not only in the industry. Embraer is developing technologies, not only on SAFs, but also on electric and hydrogen-powered vehicles, but also on the production of SAFs in Brazil. So this is another example on the Global South cooperation of something that will only grow and will present a lot of opportunities of investments into Brazil.
Thank you very much. And we're going to unpack, of course, a little bit later, Mr. Sarador, that exact partnership between the China State company and, of course, what is happening in renewable energies in Brazil. But thank you also for raising the opportunity that sits within the biofuel space. Let me make my way to Mr. Katrien once more. Mr. Katrien, we've been hearing agriculture, agriculture, agriculture as an opportunity in this panel. You have spoken about it, Madame Mabuza has spoken about it. What are the three things that we can do practically that are going to unlock agriculture as a real opportunity within the BRICS bloc?
As in any other section or sphere, first of all, it's finances. We have to create a system which will allow to have settlements and payments with the global south and between the BRICS. 2 months ago, we had a forum, Russia, Africa, in St. Petersburg, and we discussed there which opportunities we have for the food security and agriculture trade for African continents. It's necessary that are necessary to create, and also the question that's finances. Finances. Second is insurance, and then another big issue, as you mentioned, is the delivery, that's infrastructure, so issues connected with the delivery of cargo to African continent countries, and also our internal BRICS trade as well. So first of all, that finances, of course, it's rating. So they create a rating agency or a union of rating agencies. We discuss it and it continues. So then we'll have to solve first of all, its finances and infrastructure. And when we had discussion with our African countries in St. Petersburg, we realized that it's a mutual question. We cannot sit and wait in Russia that somebody in African continent will build the railway or some other infrastructure. Of course, if there is interest from our country to sell this grain, and also the interest from another country to buy it. So that's a mutual work to create the opportunities to deliver that cargo, and we have to work with our colleagues from Global South on equal terms so that we create the possibilities and opportunities for trade.
Insurance and infrastructure, it's a clear roadmap in terms of what needs to be done. Mr. Kanwar, let me bring the question of the success that we've seen in India in terms of digitization, empowering your own citizens. How do you think trade digitization can be promoted? And how do we use some of these digital economy tools to really bring SMEs closer into the BRICS bloc?
I think you raised a very valid point. You see, one has to create a digital infrastructure. What we have done in India is we created a digital infrastructure so that we could give the last mile delivery. What was happening was in the urban areas, it would not reach the last miles. Now people had a lot of these, some monies have to be transferred, some special, advantages are given to disadvantaged people. Now this had to be done. Earlier, by physical method, we were finding there's a lot of leakage. Now what has happened is in one go, you have been able to establish their banking account through digital infrastructure. You can go to This in the Guinea books record that in 1 week, 19,000 accounts were opened through digital in the villages, which are not easily reachable. So this is again a revolution. Similarly, you see, in India today, you can go to any small, taxi or a small two-wheeler rickshaw. Everything is on digital. You can make any kind of payment on the digital basis. Go to a small shop. It has taken really a change in the country. I mean, small person who never knew anything else, during the COVID time, I think India has taken a real stride. Today, I think we are more digitally connected than anything else because the broadband has been provided in the villages. And the process, once you create the digital infrastructure, it's easier for them to access.
Yeah.
So today in the villages it's happening, which was not there. So last delivery, the government gives some subsidies, some other things, and finally there was a lot of privilege in the way. So now they're going directly. Government has opened a bank accounts for each of them. So this is really, I think we can leverage that because I think this is the need of the hour for countries, all our BRIC countries, because they also have a lot of urban areas, so rural areas. So they need to see how they can be connected. And that will be done only by broadband and creating a basic, digital infrastructure.
Yeah. Mr. Kanra, I think that's excellent. Digital infrastructure. So as we talk about infrastructure, let's not forget the possibilities of digital infrastructure and what they might mean for those within the bloc. Our final question goes to you, Mr. Xiaogang, and that's to close it off potentially on the SMEs as well. What is the one suggestion that you would give to the SMEs that are sitting in the room today, the entrepreneurs that are sitting in the room today? How do they go about capturing the opportunity that sits within BRICS?
No, very good question because in the digital,
Sorry, just to Mr. Xiaogang. Thank you very much, sir. Please go ahead.
When we talk about the SME, I always recall myself a series of figures. Actually, in China, we use 5% to describe the importance of SME. In China, SME account for 50% of our taxation, 60% of our national GDP, 70% of our innovation, 80% of our employment, and 90% of the total number of companies. So we can see the importance of SME in our economic life, and actually they are also the backbone of our economy. However, the SME are very diversified. They cover almost all the blood tube of our body. So it's really very hard for us to give a single answer to allow the flourish of the SME. And number one, if I want to advise our SME entrepreneurs, they have to have a better understanding of themselves. What are their strengths and which area they think they have power to develop, to explore. This is the very important element. They have to recognize themselves, not us. We have a lot of unicorns. Maybe at the very beginning, they don't know what they are supposed to do. However, after market research and also compare with their relative advantage, they finally eventually determine their future direction. I think this is a very important point for us to bear in mind. And at the same time, and I think the government support are very important because they are young, they are small, and they need more assistance from the policy perspective. And I believe there are a number of things for the government to do. Number one, we should to create an enabling economic business environment for the small business to develop. For example, a freer tax policy, relaxed policy for land use, for recruitment, or something like this. And also, I believe what is also important is the training. You know, to provide a variety of training opportunities so that to allow our small and medium business people to get acquainted with the world they are living and to find their own position. Yeah. And at the same time, and I think some encouraging policy are very important for them. I'm conscious of this time, so I think there are a lot of things to do. We need to combine what we can supply with exactly what SME are needing right now. So I will end here. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Xiaogang. And so if you are an entrepreneur and you're sitting in the audience, I hope you heard that call to action. Know yourself first and what it is that you can solve and contribute to within the block, and the opportunity will be waiting for you. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we could have closed off this conversation at a better place. Allow me to echo Mr. Kanwar, the time is now. Ladies and gentlemen, please give my panelists a big, big round of applause. We're going to make our way off stage, and Ashraf is going to magically appear once again, and we're going to walk off this way. Thank you so much.
There we are. Let's give them some applause, please. Thank you. Nozi, thanks for that. Just as they are getting off stage, let me remind you, so we've got 2 more sessions before we have the tea break. That's 1. Number 2, if you want to download any of the conversations already, there are the QR codes which you can pick up from the screens on the sides there, but many of you have access to it, I think even where you are seated. So there are QR codes available for all of those things, right? Okay. I hope you enjoyed that conversation around collaboration and cooperation. It's very important, right? Yeah? Okay. Let's now talk about something I think that's particularly important, which is the issue of agriculture. And agriculture in focus in relation to BRICS. And you know, the issues of sustainable development around agriculture, I think, is absolutely critical. So we, as always, have 5 panelists, and I'm going to call upon them. Firstly, from South Africa, Wandile Sitlobo, who's the chairperson of the Agro Business Working Group. Wandile, if you can come up, please, and applause for him. Thank you. And you take the first seat there. Yeah. In always, we seated across South Africa and then the rest of the nations. Right. The next of the panelists is Bruno Ferla, who's the Vice President of BRF. He's from Brazil. Applause for Bruno. Thank you. Let's do that. Thank you. You were saying you've been here, what, 12 times or something like that? Yeah, about that. He's a citizen of South Africa, so I gather, in some form or the other. From Russia, Vladimir Nosov, from Agriculture WG and the head of competence at FOSS Agro. Vladimir, thank you for your time. And I know you've come for the very first time to the country, so welcome. Thank you. And we move on to India. Jai Shroff is the chair and the global CEO of UPL. Is also a member of the BBC India, which is the BRICS Business Council. Jai, good to meet up. We've shaken everybody else's hands. I need to do that too. Thank you. Right. And then the final one is from China, Jun Liu, who's the chairperson of the COFCO Corporation. Applause for Jun Liu from China. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, there we are. Right, so as you've seen, we've got about 40 minutes thereabouts to run through this significant conversation. I'm going to start in order with all of you here, starting with my South African colleague. And I want to ask each one of you, perhaps if we say agriculture in focus in relation to BRICS, right? And ideally, I'd like you to answer 2 minutes each, all of you, right? What can you tell us? What's your thoughts around BRICS and agriculture? And then specifically, what do you think is being done or would you like to see being done?
Sure. I think, Ashraf, from a South Africa side, the one point that we appreciate a lot is that when you think about the BRICS countries, we are all powerhouses when it comes to agriculture. So there's a lot of interaction already that can be done on that. But from us, one of the other observations that we have seen is the fact that when you think about then the trade within this grouping in agriculture, we import as a grouping in generally just over $300 billion of agricultural products. But when you look at where all of these products are coming from, there isn't a lot that comes between us. The intertrade is still fairly low on that. So South Africa was looking at this and saying, how can we promote trade amongst ourselves as a one point? And there are clear reasons about why intertrade amongst the BRICS countries is low. Tariffs in certain products are still fairly high. And of course, there are also non-tariff barriers, issues like phytosanitary measures. All of those are things that we thought we could have a conversation. And over the past couple of 8 months, we've had a productive conversation on that to say, how do we propose then the lowering of those tariffs, addressing the non-tariff barriers, phytosanitary measures, so that we can promote trade amongst ourselves. Because as I said, we are the powerhouse of agriculture, but there are some markets that are importing more than the other. As an example, if you consider China as well as India, in that $300 billion that I was talking about, they import roughly 85% of that, and we do think that they can get some of that from Brazil, and certainly they can get some of the high quality products from South Africa. So that's one of the major points that we had put on the table from our side.
Okay, I'll certainly pick up on the issue of greater cooperation and tariffs, and we'll get to that just now. Let's move on then to Bruno Ferla from Brazil, yeah?
Yeah, not very nice to be here. Actually, fancy Mike did. I feel like a pop star here.
Well,
very
it's about
nice.
time. Good for you.
But anyway, well, Brazil has been playing in the agricultural and livestock business for a while. And now we are one of the powerhouses, as you mentioned. And I think we only came to that because of technology. So some countries invested heavily in technology to produce phones, to produce computers. And Brazil has invested a lot in technology to produce food. And this is important, and this is what really can bring all the BRICS countries together, is the exchange of technology, the exchange of knowledge on how to improve our yields, how to make a better use of our land and of our water. So I can give you an example here. Just in this panel, I can mention Jay Shoroff, that is a partner of Brazil in many, many endeavors, and also COFCO as well. So we are doing that. This is a reality, and this is something that we have to enhance. And the free trade among our countries, talking about agriculture, it's something that we really, really have to pursue.
Okay, we'll pick up on that, free trade, very important. Let's move on then to Vladimir Nosov. Yeah, Vladimir, your opening lines, of thoughts on this?
Actually, sustainable agricultural development is very much important for BRICS countries, and it's very important for all the world. Because sustainable agriculture must meet the needs of present and future generations. And innovative decisions help to improve farm profitability and to minimize environmental risks of agriculture. And I'd like to speak about fertilizers because I'm from the fertilizer company. And we need new fertilizer products that should address all the challenges, such as decreasing nutrient losses to aquatic ecosystems, such as mitigating greenhouse gas emission to the atmosphere, and increasing carbon sequestration in soils. And we should also consider in BRICS maintenance of soil fertility and rehabilitation of degraded soils through improved soil biodiversity.
Okay, let's then move on to the, thanks for that. So let's move on to the fourth of the speakers, and that's from India, Jai Shroff.
Thank you. No, I just want to say that the whole agribusiness or the agriculture production is about 4.3 trillion annually. About half of that is in the BRICS countries. China is over 1 trillion, India is about $500 million, Brazil and South Africa also contribute substantially. But the global trade from the BRICS nations is only 300 billion because of the large population. So I think it's very, very important to understand the global trade policies of some of the countries. The other very important thing is climate change impacts agriculture the most, more than any other industry. Farmers get most impacted by climate change. And we need to create a system by which we can create some kind of resilience for farmers, because food security is such a big issue, and climate change and impact on farmers can be a huge change, huge impact. Saying that agriculture, as Vladimir was saying, is one of the key tools to actually decarbonize the world. Soil is the biggest sink for carbon, and we need to create a reward system for farmers, for sustainable agriculture. And if BRICS can take the lead in developing a system to reward farmers for sustainable behavior, we can see a massive change. And that will really help improve soil, improve to help decarbonize the world, and also create a revenue system. Today, hundreds of billions of dollars are being spent on electric vehicles, subsidizing them, solar energy, wind energy, and why can't we reward farmers? And the whole food system should reward farmers for sustainable behavior. And the last point I just want to say is, I think all the panelists have referred to, is there are non-tariff barriers which are going to hugely impact agriculture productivity, particularly in developing countries where farmers are very, very poor. And we need to be really watchful about some of the policies of the European Union, which are going to really massively impact food availability and food security for the world. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Right, let's move on to the last of the speakers for the opening thoughts from China. Jun Liu, just by the way, you guys need to listen while the earpiece is going to speak in his native tongue. Thank you.
Right now, we just listened to the very wonderful resources that all the BRICS countries have. And therefore, China is also very rich in terms of its renewable, in terms of its energies. However, what is very important is the responsibility we have, especially regarding industrial industries and companies. Regarding COFCO, we were based in 1949. And our annual operation value reaches 180 million tons worth of product. And therefore, within the BRICS framework, we have built a lot of different plants, such as oil refineries, crushing plants, and sugar mills. And within the BRICS countries, we have looked at the consumer economy and the markets. And thank you for that.
There are barriers, and those barriers are what? They not being removed, or they far too slow? What's happening?
I think, Ashraf, the intent to remove them is there. because that's the idea we get when we speak with the political principals, at least from South Africa at the moment. But I think the process has been slow. I'll give you an example. In South Africa at the moment, we export roughly about half of what we produce in value terms. We are big in the EU. Roughly 40% of our exports are in Africa, 20% in the EU, and also in other regions. But when you look at our trade in agriculture with the BRICS countries, it's still fairly small. Over the past 10 years, it has averaged at about 8%. Then the question then is to say, how do we increase that in a way that is beneficial for us, but also beneficial for the BRICS countries by lowering those tariffs, by then going further to what our colleagues in India were talking about these non-tariff barriers. Either they are used in a form of whatever agrochemicals you use, or whatever form of the phytosanitaries that are being put in place. The question is about how do you lower those? And I'll close off with a quick point here, Ashraf, because from India, again, is an important one. Because if you think about South Africa's agriculture today, you think back maybe in 1994. We have more than doubled in value and in volume terms. And what has been behind that is what Vladimir also was referring to, the use of certain better seeds, better agrochemicals. But in the world today, there's a changing temperature about certain agrochemicals and seeds, which are so critical for agricultural productivity, which I think the BRICS countries, as powerhouses of agriculture, we have to be taking a particular view about how we think about that. But then again, underscoring that by improving intra-trade amongst ourselves. I think that's very important, at least from South Africa.
I'm going to bring in the Indian colleague in a minute, but I want to just stay with us for a second. So you mentioned, yes, tariffs need to be really looked at, etc. But do you get a sense there's an urgency around removing those barriers of trade because it's far too low, as you've already suggested? Or is it something that's been put on the agenda, but we'll see what happens down the line? I'm looking for urgency here. Yeah.
I think the urgency is there. You heard our chair from the BRICS Business Council. You heard Council member Ms. Puti Mawanyela also speaking earlier. They talked about agriculture. They talked about the importance of trade. And those are all of the things which she was saying they included in the annual report, and hopefully the political principle will bring a sense of urgency. But I appreciate you raising that point that there has to be some urgency, because in South Africa today, if we're thinking now, we're thinking the next 10 years, the volume of products that we will have for exports may increase by 50%. These are high quality wine, fruits, and beef, and we would like to share it with some of our BRICS partners, which is why we are always so cognizant about this particular point.
Absolutely. So let's get your thoughts. You spoke about from an Indian perspective about about the tariffs and I'm asking that question about urgency. Just add to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the worry is that as the opportunity, as agriculture productivity in the BRICS countries, and particularly in Africa and some of the other underdeveloped countries improves, and they have opportunity to export to Europe and other developed countries, there is a nervousness of protectionist attitude, and they're finding ways to block this. This will really impact the prosperity of small agriculture, small farmers, small agribusinesses to markets, because there has to be a free trade. And you create such a lot of barriers that these guys cannot meet that, and then they have to sell their produce locally. There is an oversupply, prices crash, and they are in this circle of poverty, and they cannot get out of that. So it's very important that as BRICS, which is the largest consumer, largest producer, we take a dominant role in understanding some of these policies being driven. What is the ulterior motive? And then address it in a proper way, because otherwise agriculture development in a continent like Africa, which can really be the food basket of the world, will never happen.
Yeah, I think that's very important. And I think, for all of us, we can talk about having the seat at the table, which we do have, but ultimately it's how it impacts on the farmers. I think you've certainly alluded to that, and how we change that situation where the farmers must see their positions change, protected, rewarded, so that then the consumer will see the benefits of that as well. I want to just... I know, Vladimir, you've also had some thoughts around free trade, right, around agricultural products, so input that is. So maybe if you can add to that.
Okay. Actually, there are several approaches how to address all the challenges I mentioned in my introduction. And these decisions include, speaking about, of course, fertilizers, these decisions include smart products, smart fertilizers based on slow release systems. Next generation products include biofertilizers that contain microbes and biostimulants, improving crop nutrition, improving plant tolerance to stress situation. And let's speak also about so-called eco-efficient fertilizers. Eco-efficient products contain safe levels of non-essential elements. Actually, phosphate fertilizers produced from rock phosphate that contains high levels of such elements as cadmium, arsenic, chromium, even uranium. And such toxic elements are accumulated in our soils. Until then, through crop production, through all the agricultural production, these toxic elements enter food chain and negatively affect human nutrition, negatively affect our health. That's why it's very much important to apply standards, new standards for so-called eco-efficient products, eco-efficient fertilizers with safe levels of toxic elements.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And I know our colleague from Brazil, you spoke about technology earlier on, right? And that's maybe a good segue into that in terms of, to what level are we using technology? One, there's this issue of food security. There's climate change. There are huge issues in the world. There are many countries with immense wealth and great issues around food consumption. There are many others that are starving, and many of them, the citizens belong to the BRICS nations, right? What's your thought in terms of coming up with groundbreaking practices that can change things?
Well, you mentioned that everybody would like to have a seat on the table. And I would say, what is the point if there is no food on the table? So you have to have food on the table. And in order to guarantee and to pursue the food security principles, I think that it is essential because of the growth of the population, because of the increase of the needs of that population, it's to produce more food and more quality food, in agriculture or livestock, so animal protein as well. And in order to do that, the only way it's technology. Technology in terms of how you use your water resources that are limited, how to use your soil. So we are talking about fertilizers, how to get a better yield in terms of seeds, what type of seeds that they use, and talking about livestock. So it is green beef, or it is grain beef. We are talking about the swine, the porks, and the poultry. How we feed that as well. So there is a competition here. So we have to be bright enough to balance all of that and to give people the food that they need on the table, quality food, on time, and with a good price.
But here's the question. So yes, I think the food on the table makes complete sense, and we agree. But in terms of embracing technology, right? To what degree is there, one thing is the BRICS nations embracing technology for themselves and then being and that being propelled by lower tariffs, and that's fine. But to what degree are those technological advances in country A then shared with country B, C, D, E?
I think that there is a sharing. I think that there is a sharing. Sometimes the sharing is by selling other products, for instance, fertilizers. Sometimes the sharing is to provide better seeds or to provide better genetics for the livestock. So there is a sharing on that. And the sharing, it's also a question of trade. Nobody is giving up anything here. And we do not want that to be based on giving for free, because that would destroy business. It will not go through. So it has to have this. And then I came back to the trade barriers. So we have to get rid of them in every and each of those sectors. So not only in the final product, but in all the outputs and technologies that go and end up in our table.
Okay, let me bring in our colleague from China. I mean, you have thoughts on trade barriers, you have thoughts on sustainable development in your country, and you'd like to just add to that?
非常感谢提的一个非常好的问题。这个可持续发展呢，是一个全球共同关注的重要的议题。这个中国呢，作为农业大国，我们都知道，我们用全球9%的耕地和这个6%的淡水资源，养活了全球大约20%的人口。这个为全球农业可持续发展做出了巨大的贡献。这中间主要得益于这个生物技术、生态农业。 这个气候智慧型农业等可持续发展的这种体系的构建，这个特别是近年这个极端天气在全球肆虐，这个中国呢也制定了一系列的措施，积极应对这个气候的变化，比如我们加快农业科技创新和技术应用，推广农业节水和化肥的减量，这个大力发展农业循环经济，同时我们加强南南合作，这个金砖国家呢对 全球粮食安全和可持续发展呢高度关注。那么，2022年呢，中国担任金砖国家主席国期间中粮集团作为金砖国家农业组的这个中方主席，与金砖伙伴共同发布了金砖国家农业绿色低碳发展倡议、金砖国家农业可持续发展案例报告。这个我们聚焦粮食安全、绿色低碳、生物多样性。我们通过这些 倡议和案例的分享，来促进农业的这种可持续的发展。那么下一步呢，我们还将不断地丰富这些案例我们也特别希望，跟金砖国家的同事们和大家一起互相分享这些案例和经验，互相交流技术，来共同促进可持续发展。谢谢。
Thank you. Well, I mean, I think the numbers you suggest are admirable coming from disadvantages. You obviously have a big population as well to cater for, right? But it does suggest that we can all learn from you. So what can the other BRICS nations first, and then extended, what can we learn from what China has done? And perhaps as you answer that, is that learning being transferred? Are you also sharing that knowledge with us now?
If you want, I can address that. No, I think companies like us and working with the food companies really need to create a new category of food, which is sustainably grown or sustainable food, and that has to happen with a little bit of government support, but mainly the consumer and the food companies. So in India, we are working with about 22 sugar mills, which is still a small number, where we're talking about reducing fertilizer, reducing water, which are the primary two stress points really for the Indian government. And we are working on various technologies to reduce methane emission, to really increase soil carbon with using microbes, as Vladimir was saying. And there's a lot of collaborative work happening at the large company level, and a lot of support from the food companies, the global, the large food companies, to really transition the use. Because if you look at 25 5 to 30% of carbon emission comes from agriculture. And we need to, if we want to address really the carbon emission, if you do not reward the food system for that transition, you will not get that. There's no reason why a farmer will start using better practices if he doesn't get reward recognition. So I think that the whole system needs to understand that and reward that. Today, it's much easier for governments to support electric vehicles, solar energy. It's one entity. Here, you're talking about millions of small farmers, and it needs a lot more effort.
Okay, let's talk about the reward. I mean, you've already made the point about the issues of global climate change and what that means for us. I mean, there's big issues around food security, right? But therefore, the issue of reward, and let's start with our colleague from China. I want to run through all of you very quickly because we're almost out of time. Just for 1 minute each, just about how can we reward farmers innovatively to be able to embrace the changes and to be protected where they can meet the changing needs of a changing world. I'll go through all of you, but let's start from that side, yeah?
这个在中国方面来讲，我们主要是要提高农产品的质量。那么作为加工商来讲，我们从农户的手里面收的这些农产品的话，是要经过严格的检测。那么这种高质量的，它是有高溢价的。实际上，通过一个价格的传导，就是对这种生产高质量的农产品的农户进行了奖励。我们发挥了市场的作用。
And that gives you the type of rewards that you require. Vladimir, go ahead, your side.
I think there are some principles being discussed at the global level, carbon credits, but I think, and particularly for forestry, where you grow trees, there are a lot of projects around that, and a lot of protocols are being set up for that. I think beyond the carbon credits, which is obvious, we need to also pay a certain premium to farmers who follow practices. Either can come through more money, or it could come through a priority in purchase or better shelf space in the supermarkets. It is critical that the world addresses that.
And that they must cause that shift. Momentum has to create that shift. Absolutely, point taken. Vladimir, let's get your thoughts on that. Vladimir, yeah?
Yeah. Let me remind that at the BRICS Forum held a year ago, it was decided to create a free trade bloc among BRICS countries and to enhance our economic ties. And free trade of agricultural inputs, including fertilizers, is also discussed between our countries. And actually, it should be the first step towards free trade between 5 nations without import barriers, for example. And it would be very much helpful to sustain soil fertility, to improve crop production in our countries.
And I mean, that's the type of reward you're talking about and has been alluded to it. I think it's so important. Point made. Your side from a Brazilian perspective?
Yeah, the rewarding farmers. So I think that farmers are really proud people. And the output of their work is per se their reward. But there is more than we can do. For instance, my company, we work with 12,000 farmers to supply us. So 12,000 farmers that we provide technology, that we provide knowledge. So we are improving their way to work. And this is a reward. We have to pay for that. And this is a reward. I think that's the path.
Okay. Reward for that, right? Your thoughts?
Let me close with a different dimension. My colleagues have covered the rewards for farmers.
Yeah.
But Ashraf, all of this conversation that we've been having about South Africa, BRICS countries, it also applies for the African continent.
Absolutely.
Quickly, if you think back year 2000 up until to today, and you look at Africa's agricultural output, excluding South Africa, that increase that has happened in the continent has largely been because of the expansion in area planting, not the improvement in productivity. We care about the environment. That means then we don't want people going around cutting trees. Then we have to improve agricultural productivity by not yields, not the area planting per se. And I think all of this technology and information sharing is why it would be beneficial for Africa to boost its agricultural productivity and also interact productively with BRICS. And I think that's important.
And maybe as we wrap up now with a minute or so to go, I mean, you have the ear of the president, South Africa, that is. I mean, you're part of, well, we'll debate that, right? But we certainly have a strategic position, right? What would, I mean, you not just, we're talking about addressing the leaders of BRICS, like the 5 leaders, in relation to agriculture. And I'll start with you. What's the one message you want to give them, very, very quickly?
I mean, the one message that we want to give them is that technology will assist us in coping with climate change, and we should ease trade amongst ourselves and interact proactively with Africa in that.
Technology, ease trade, productivity, right? Yours? Same question, just last one to wrap up? No,
Me?
Yeah. Quick
Yeah, no,
one. What
it's
advice,
exactly the same.
What can you tell the leaders here?
That is technology.
Okay, ditto, hashtag repeat, right. Vladimir?
I think educational activities are very much important nowadays to disseminate the knowledge about new agricultural technologies. And for example, in July this year in St. Petersburg during Russia-Africa Summit, we announced a special educational platform, Pro-Agro Lectorium.
Okay.
And this platform is based on modern agro-technologies.
Okay. Can I stop you there? I mean, I got that point. I think that's well taken. Right. Just your last thoughts?
I think the farming community is the most hardworking community in the world. They are the least rewarded for the hard work. They are the most impacted by climate change, and the governments need to focus on building resilience for farmers. Otherwise, we'll have many more food crises going forward.
Okay, let's wrap up then with Junyu, yeah?
好，利用这个平台啊，我想做一个倡议，就是我们应该继续加强金砖国家的粮食安全合作，继续加强金砖国家的贸易合作，同时还要加强金砖国家的这个农业方面的投资合作。谢谢。
Absolutely, and that's where we're going to leave it. I think it's a good way to end. Thank you so much. Applause for everybody here, certainly for the panel. Thank you, and thank you for giving off your time. And good lessons learned, and I think there's a challenge certainly to the BRICS community and the leadership as well. Thank you so much. Sense of urgency. Thank you. There we are. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Right, so I tell you what, we're going to move on. After the next session, we have a tea break. I think and I'll call upon Nozipho Shabalala once again to handle this session. And I think in the context of what we spoke about around climate change, the issues of a just transition, well, we know is a particularly important challenge. So I'll leave it to Nozi to lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready now for our next session, just before the tea break, so allow me to welcome my panelists to please join me up on stage. I'm joined by the Group CEO of Standard Bank, Mr. Sim Shabalala. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes up, please. Mr. Shabalala, your chair is right next to mine. Representing Brazil in this conversation is the president of the Brazilian Association of Animal Protein, Mr. Ricardo Santin. Let's give him a round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to welcome the head of strategy at Web.rf. His name is Mr. Alexia Ketchko. Let's give him a round of applause, please. I'm hearing 5 people clapping, and I'm going to ask you to help me really get the energy back up into the room. Thank you so very much. Joining us from India is Mr. Nishant Arya. He is the Vice Chairman and Managing Director of the JBM Group. Let's give him a real round of applause. And it's my pleasure to welcome Chairman Jin Bua, who is the Executive Chairman of the State Grid Corporation of China. Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that we are standing between you and a good and well-deserved tea break, so we are going to be sharp, short, concise, and to the point. Mr. Shabalala, I'm going to start off with you. And I want us to talk a little bit about Standard Bank's support and for renewable energy projects on the continent and in South Africa. My question to you is, what is the funding balance between traditional energy sources and renewable energy, and how does that reflect how the group is supporting the just transition on the continent?
Nozipo, thank you very, very much, and thank you for the privilege of being here. It's wonderful to be here, and welcome to our fellow panelists and many people who've traveled long distances. In the case of Standard Bank, the ratio of renewables to traditional forms of energy in the nature of fossil fuels is roughly 4.5:1. Between now and the beginning of this year, we raised 83 billion rand for renewables, and we at Standard Bank have a target of 250 billion rand by the year 2026. That is for corporates, for large companies. We also have solutions for individuals, for families, people purchasing their homes, and helping them to purchase batteries, solar geysers, and so forth. And thirdly, we have got, in our insurance and asset management business, we've got roughly 13 billion rand of assets under management that are supporting renewables. In addition to that, we've raised a loan of 250 billion rand from the IFC, about half of which will be for green and half of which will be for social purposes. The fundamental principle, just in closing, is to say we recognize at Standard Bank, as we do here in South Africa as a general proposition, that the world has warmed by 1.1 degrees since the 1880s. CO2 emissions, and CO2 is roughly now 420 parts per million. There's just no question, if one looks at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, that the science is saying that the environment is definitely changing and getting warmer. It's therefore imperative, on the basis of the Paris Agreement, for us as Africans to insist on differentiated but common commitments and make sure that we are giving effect to a just transition, which basically means we recognize the need for us to mitigate and to adapt, but we insist that it ought to be done in a fair and just way for the people of South Africa and the African continent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shabla. And of course, you spoke to us about the ratio, which really shows the support towards a just transition. And ladies and gentlemen, at the core of this conversation is really understanding how can we ensure that within the member countries, the projects that are coming out, the projects that we're supporting are supportive of a just transition. As I move on to Mr. Santin with my next question, might I ask the technical team to please bring us another headset? We're missing one headset for me, please. Mr. Santin, let me come to you. We know that renewable energy projects are going to be an important part of the just transition. Where is the opportunity for us to see more coordination within the BRICS bloc for renewable energy projects in particular?
Well, thank you, Nozi. It's very nice to be here. Thanks for the invitation. I think there is a lot of opportunities between us. For a just transition, I have a personal statement that say there should be no border for food. And these countries, like BRICS, needs to work together in complementarity to assure food for our people and a good condition of access and a good condition, a sustainable condition of produce food. And on this field, we have a lot of, as Mr. Bruno said before, we have a lot of knowledges that can be exchanged between our countries. We have a common people, we have the people that are the same situation, we need to develop the agricultural basis. We can input on the field the renewable energies. For instance, in Brazil, we have a lot of legislation, and I think we could harmonize the legislation between the BRICS countries regarding the sustainability, and also we can make, for instance, biodigesters, so photovoltaic energy in the farms that produce food. I think this is a big opportunity for our countries because we have this complementarity also in renewable energies.
So, ladies and gentlemen, a very clear call to action. How do we begin to more intentionally harmonize our legislation? And of course, hearing you talking about the fact that there can be no border for food, and it's an emotive call to action that I hope is really going to resonate as we begin to unpack this a little bit further. Mr. Ketchko, talk to us a little bit about some of the adaptation projects that are coming out of Russia, and how are those positioned to really leverage the BRICS bloc market?
Right. Well, first of all, thank you for hosting such a beautiful event in South Africa. I think we shall make a lot of breakthroughs. And regarding to this important question which you are asking, we call it in Russia transitional projects, because they're not exactly green, but they have very positive effects on ecology. And for instance, you have some old infrastructure which is producing for you heat or energy, and instead of building completely new infrastructure which is very costly, and the cost of holding such investment is very big for your country, you can modernize what you have today. And for us, when we analyze such two projects, we often see that it is more than 30 times more efficient to modernize than to build from scratch a new factory. Another important thing I would like to highlight here is that many sources of energy like gas, maybe they are not green completely 100%, but they're good for ecology and they're good for economy. That's why in Russia we created a separate chapter in our taxonomy, which is called transitional projects. And we try to invest in them and really give some credit to those companies which do such projects. And I think nuclear energy, I understand it's not green by international standards, but we see that if you do one nuclear plant, maybe in a country such as yours, it may solve a lot of problems without really harming your ecology. So this is the Russian approach, very pragmatic, very efficient, not trying to make everything 100% green.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, an interesting insight, transitional projects. Projects that are good for the economy but good for ecology as we journey towards, of course, a greener economy and towards a just transition. So, Mr. Ketchko, thank you for sharing that. Using what you have and making sure that you're making that as green as possible. I'm going to jump to Chairman Jin first, and then I'll make my way back to you, Mr. Arya, simply because I want to talk green jobs with you, and I want to talk to the Chairman around this renewable energy phase that we're in right now. Chairman, talk to us a little bit about what actions has State Grid taken to drive renewable energy in China in particular.
OK， 非常感谢。大力发展可再生能源是应对气候变化、推动能源转型的全球共识，也是非常重要的推动能源转型的必由之路。中国呢是可再生能源发展、推动可再生能源发展和清洁低碳转型的全球的引领者、贡献者、先行者和推动者。我们在新能源的这个发展方面呢，应该说，无论从政策、资金和技术方面，都有一整套的技术。中国的可再生能源的装机目前已经占到全国装机的超过了50%。去年的可再生能源发电量超过了2亿千瓦时。那么在推动可再生能源发展方面，国家电网公司我们大力的支持。一方面呢，我们在调度运行方面这个优先调度可再生能源，让可再生能源因病尽病，因发必发，因发多发。第二呢，全额的消纳新能源和可再生能源。第二个方面呢，我们大力的发展电网，加强电网建设目前呢，我们已经投运的特高压的线路呢超过了33条，正在建的还有10条。同时加强各级电网的建设，为可再生能源的发展提供并网和消纳的服务。第三呢，我们大力的推动 终端能源电气化这个消费水平的提高，推动了以电代煤、以电代油等行动计划，为新能源在终端能源的消费提供更广阔的空间。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Chairman. And of course, as you talk to us around how climate change has been a real trigger for us seeing renewable energy installed capacity in China increasing as it has. Away from renewable energy, but related now, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our focus to green jobs and the green economy. Mr. Arya, let me come to you, because one of the exciting things happening in India right now, of course, is the development around the electric vehicle industry. My question to you is, talk to us a little bit about the ecosystem that you've put in place and why that matters, but can you comment on the work that you're doing to ensure that women and vulnerable communities are not left behind as you transition into this electrical vehicle industry?
Yeah, I think this is a very opportune topic being discussed at the right time, because today the EV industry in India is really ramping up and really growing at a very fast pace. And when you look at the EV ecosystem, that's a holistic development, because you look at the well to wheel, from the oil well to the vehicle wheel, and from generation to consumption. When you look at that, you see that India embarked on about a 500 gigawatt renewable energy program by 2030 and about 1,000 gigawatt by 2047. And taking that forward with EV charging systems being set up across the country, energy storage, and multiple kinds of electric vehicles, whether we look at two-wheelers, three-wheelers, buses, or passenger vehicles. And that is what is giving the holistic experience in terms of removing range anxiety for customers. Adoption is increasing at a very fast pace, and we are able to understand that how with every, taking example of an electric bus, which is used by 90% of the common man in the country, we are able to knock out about 1 billion tons of CO2 in its lifetime. And clearly seeing that we are making an impact and reducing about 2,500 tons of carbon as well whilst doing that. So I think it's very essential to see that how anything is being executed on ground. And on the other end, electric vehicles is a combination of hardware and software. So India already has a very strong prowess in the area of software, and with the focus on semiconductor power electronics being built in. So when we look at the ecosystem on the other side, we see the upstream and the downstream, starting from lithium mining, going up to production of cathodes and anodes, battery packs, and for that the government has rolled out a lot of production-linked incentive programs, and investments are being made by local and international companies. On the other hand, it's a very inclusive growth prospect, because we clearly see that what got us here will not take us there in the future. Whilst doing this, there's a lot of focus on skill development, and that's what you talked about, green jobs. So in skill development, a lot of learning, unlearning, and relearning is happening, where people from the automotive sector, from software, from power, from railway, renewable energy, and many other sectors are getting into this EV ecosystem and building it in a very robust manner. And on the other hand, in terms of gender diversity, we are able to see that whether women or children or other people are clearly a part of this whole growth trajectory which we are having in the country, because consistently multiple new startups, youngsters are coming up, and there are more than 1,000 startups today in India on the EV ecosystem, which are contributing in different ways and means, and leading to a lot of inclusive growth, not only contributing to the Indian green economy and green EV ecosystem, but to the global EV ecosystem as well.
I'm jumping in because I want to push you a little bit, Mr. Arya, because I think that ecosystem really sounds interesting. At the end of the day, the rubber hits the road in how competitive an industry is. The follow-up question to you is, what are you doing to make sure that the electrical vehicle industry is more competitive than the traditional fuel vehicles that we've become accustomed to?
I think EV industry and green industry really works on total cost of ownership. And in total cost of ownership, we clearly see the whole life cycle cost for any such product or service, where we see that compared to different fossil fuel-based or ICE-based vehicles, the operating cost is negligible, about 75% lower, because the number of moving parts reduced from 2,000 moving parts to less than 20 moving parts. On the other hand, the vehicle gets really simplified, and the operations and maintenance cost of such kind of vehicles, the driver fatigue gets reduced substantially, and we are able to understand that the energy security for a country like India, where we import a majority of the crude oil which we use in the country, gets addressed because we are generating green with renewable energy, different sources, and consuming in our electric vehicles. And on the other hand, we also try and understand that how with this we are addressing the circular economy, because in different areas we are producing biogas from the waste, and that gas can be converted to power which can be used for such kind of sources. So it's a very long-term strategy which gives us total independence and control over our energy security and the transportation for the common man and the public at large.
Mr. Arya, thank you very much. And of course, you've brought the circular economy into the conversation, which is very important. Mr. Santin, let me jump to you. I would like you to talk to us a little bit around ESG projects in Brazil and how they're doing, and how are they aligned to your own strategy of creating green jobs within Brazil?
Well, we have a lot of legislation on it, and Brazil have a very, very strict forest code, some legislation that impose to the producers to be more green, and so our companies need to work in a circular economy. We use all the, and as Mr. Arya said, it's not only the electric vehicles, it's biofuels and biomass fuels that our companies already has this, and so this is a kind of green, and it also has forest, planted forests to heat the plants, and so we can do this, showing that it's possible. Brazil has a big sustainable model of this. Brazil is supporting, and the government is putting money on, investing money on subsidize the good practice and sustainable practice of this. For instance, to include the photovoltaic energy in the farms, and also the biodigesters producing of pork, producing biomass and biofuels.
You speak about good practice, Mr. Santin, so I want to test some of that good practice with Chairman Shin. Chairman, let me come back to you. Can you talk to us a little bit just about some of the returns that you're seeing in terms of ESG projects in China, and what are the best practices or the good practices that you think are driving those returns in China?
OK， 应该说我们在金砖国家应对气候变化、保障能源供应、推动能源转型和可持续发展方面有广泛的共识。我们这些年呢，和金砖国家一道来共同推进落实我们的这些转型的具体的工作。一个是呢，我们大力的促进清洁能源的发展啊，我们支持通过资金的支持、技术的支持，包括我们的这个清洁能源的新的一些技术的输出支持金砖国家推动清洁发展。尤其是我们还在海外金砖国家建成了许多清洁的一些项目。发电项目和输电项目，最值得我们骄傲的呢，就是我们在巴西建成了2条特高压的直流线路，把巴西亚马逊流域的水电通过2000多公里长距离的送到了里约和圣保罗。我们已经累计输送了1760亿千瓦时的清洁水电，同时呢，节约了标煤呢6300多万吨，减少二氧化碳排放1.75亿吨，这是我们的最佳实践。同时，我们推进电网的互联互通，我们先后建成了11条跨国的线路。我们在非洲建成了埃塞俄比亚，包括埃塞俄比亚到肯尼亚以及埃及的500千伏的输电线路。通过加强电网的建设，那么为清洁能源的消纳提供有力的保障。第三，我们还积极地开展人才和技术的交流合作。我们和金砖国家这些年我们常态化的通过人员的培训、技术的交流、互访，包括共同举办国际论坛转型，来促进清洁能源的发展。谢谢。
Chairman, thank you very much. I think it's quite a succinct insight that you're highlighting for us. How do we better support just transitions within the bloc? You say the subsidies need to be both financial and technical. We need to be looking at interconnections within the BRICS bloc. And of course, you're saying let's not forget about the people and making sure that we continue with lifelong learning opportunities and training opportunities within the bloc. Mr. Shabalala, I come to you last for fear of nepotism because we have the same surname, and I guarantee you that we're not related, but I come to you last with this set of questions. I wonder whether you can talk to us a little bit more about the gender element, because I think we talk about a just transition being inclusive, not leaving women behind, not leaving young people behind. How do we make sure that as we transition to a green economy, as we really become intentional about green jobs, that we've got a gender lens on as we do that?
So Nozipho, first of all, not only do we share a name, you're wearing blue, and the brand of Standard Bank is blue. So thank you very much for the free advertising. We deeply appreciate that. Secondly, the fact of the matter is, it's in our experience, more than half of our customer base are women, and the vast majority of decision makers are women.
Yeah.
And therefore, in thinking about products and solutions that we design for our customers, we make sure that the people that are designing them understand women. Close to half of our executive at the Standard Bank Group are women, and therefore we're in a position to be able to formulate products and solutions that are appropriate. Secondly, nothing beats actually going out into the field and talking to customers and understanding. So I'll share a story with you. I had the privilege of visiting one of our major fossil fuel projects. I might just add, it's a brown project, which we think is necessary to do because it's going to have the impact of improving people's lives, by, amongst other things, helping to remove charcoal and biomass and therefore stopping people from chopping trees, and therefore improving people's health because they're not going to be using charcoal in their stoves, and it's going to be good for the environment. The important thing about this is the incredible impact that the women have got in formulating the strategies that are necessary for that project to be executed. That's just one example of how one goes about doing that, by making sure that the decision makers, people designing the products, people actually going out to sell those products are women.
So it's interesting to listen to you talking not about women being an afterthought when all is done. You say women are formulating the strategy. And I think that's a massive mindset shift and a reframing around the role of women within these projects and within this process. And it's really encouraging to hear you say that. So I'm going to be a little bit cheeky because we've got about 15 minutes left. I would actually like to have one more voice for each of you. So what I'd like to do is I would like to take us to 2025. And I'm going to go to you, Mr. Santini, first, because 2025 is when Brazil hosts COP30. Quick question to you. In less than a minute, what is the significance of Brazil hosting COP30? Why would it be important for the bloc?
It's very important for the bloc and for us to have the COP in Brazil. Brazil is the land of the Amazon forests. We work all the country trying to be sustainable. We are a very sustainable producer of food. We are very sustainable of producing of energy as well. And so this COP there will mean to get all the world looking to Brazil, but not only to Brazil, all the BRICS countries, because we are saying to the world, we have more than 40% of the global population. We are here trying to get together and producing all the things in a sustainable way. This is the just transition that we intend to do. We want to show there that it's possible and it is achievable.
So we have the broad framework from the host. So COP30 in 2025 is going to be showcasing that a just transition is possible. It's going to be practical conversations, showcasing pathways to do that. The rest of my panel, I'm going to give you an opportunity to put one agenda item on the agenda for COP30. So as Mr. Santini and his government hosts, what is the one thing that you think we need to be talking about at COP30 that is going to deliver a just transition? Mr. Shabalala, I'm going to start off with you. Knowing, of course, that you're probably carrying a mandate from the African continent as well. What is the one conversation that's going to be meaningful if we really focus on having it at 2025?
The African continent is a carbon sink, and therefore geoengineering is an important element of what needs to be done. And part of that entails the world paying for the fact that the African continent is a carbon sink. And while I'm at it, we need to insist on the right for Africa to use its resources to at once mitigate and also adapt, including using fossil fuels.
So it's environmental justice as a core theme for the African continent, what I'm hearing you saying, but highlighting, of course, that reparations are expected. So that's one agenda item. Ladies and gentlemen, we're building the COP30 agenda as we're sitting here on stage for the conversations that will matter and on those stages in 2025. So environmental justice for the African continent, we've got one. We're going to skip you, Mr. Santini, because you're hosting us. So let me go to Mr. Ketchko. Mr. Ketchko, the one conversation that you're going to get on stage for at COP30, what will that be, and why should we be having that conversation?
Well, thank you for the question. It's a very important year because back in Paris, developed countries committed themselves to help developing countries to finance just or green transition. And they are backsliding, of course, on it. They're not providing sufficient. And this is the year of 2025 where we have to build a new system of green finance and agree on more financing, more transparent financing, and not just credit, where they make business, banking business on other countries, but then they give also subsidies to developing countries to help improve ecology. So let's talk about that in 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're building this agenda one courageous conversation at a time. Mr. Keshko is saying there has been backsliding. We're going to call for a new system of green financing, and that's the conversation that's going to deliver a just transition. Mr. Arya, you're going to fly all the way from India to make your way to Brazil in 2025 for COP30. What is the conversation that you think is going to deliver on a just transition?
No, I think circular economy is a very important element when we look at this, and how each country is able to become self-sufficient and is having inclusive growth is very important, and definitely putting the point across that how the BRICS leadership is being demonstrated with the kind of partnership all the BRICS countries have at this forum would be very important to be demonstrated at such areas where we are able to clearly put across our leadership and the partnership of the BRICS countries with the kind of technologies which are driving value. So technology driving value becomes a key theme along with inclusive growth and circular economy.
So that's 3 agenda items, but I'll let you get away with it. So circular economies, inclusive growth, but how do we leverage technology for value and not just for technology's sake? Chairman, I hope that you'll be making your way to COP30 in 2025. If you do, what is the one conversation that you want to hear that you think will deliver on a just transition?
OK， 这个推动绿色发展是我们应对气候变化全球共识，我们应该全球共同行动。那么我们希望呢，在推动绿色发展方面，首先要推动能源的转型，大力发展可再生能源。而推动能源转型最重要的，各国呢要在政策方面要提供支持的政策。第二，要加大资金的投入。第三呢，一定是要推动技术创新，通过技术创新来推动能源的清洁低碳转型。同时呢，我们还要加强国际的技术的交流合作，分享技术经验，来共同推动全球的清洁可持续发展，建设美丽地球。
Thank you very much, Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. It's our final agenda item. We want global action and sharing. We want to have a courageous conversation around policy and policy harmonization. And we want to leverage and unlock technology for energy. So with that, we have not only had a conversation about giving meaning to what the just transition looks like for BRICS, we've made it very practical, and we've also leapt forward to 2025 and said, This is what we want to be talking about at COP30. It does conclude our session. Might I please ask you to please give my panelists a big, big round of applause. Once again, if I can ask my panelists to make their way.
Thank you very much. Nozipo Shabalala, Superstar Deluxe, thank you so much. Getting us out on time, 11:35, you've all your tea break. We're back here at 12 o'clock. So ladies and gentlemen, please, if you could be seated by 12 o'clock. Tea is taking place at the back of the hall. Through the curtains, you will find you have cocktail tables with your coffee and tea. And we look forward to seeing you back at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Okay, and I'm here. Anything else you need to say?
To those who have given their lives, praises to thee, husbands and wives, all thy children shall reap what you've sown. This continent is a My brothers and sisters, stand up and sing. Eduardo Mondlane is not gone. Freddie Mo, your eternal flame has shown us the light of dawn. Mozambique, a luta continua, continua. In Zimbabwe, mama, a luta continua, continua. In Botswana, a luta continua, continua. In Zambia, a luta continua, continua. In Angola, a luta continua, continua. In Namibia, a luta continua, continua. In South Africa, a luta continua, continua.
If I can request that we all get seated, we are going to start like very, very shortly. We need to start at 12 o'clock. It's past 12. So if you can all be seated, please. Especially the people on my right-hand side, if you can all be seated. We need to get moving. We're going to start now. Thank you. Please. We're going to start now. Thank you. All right, reminder, we're going to start. We need you all seated. Standing is not good enough because we can't get moving if you're standing. We need you all seated, and I must insist that you need to be seated now. Please, can you all get seated so we can get moving? A busy program coming up for the rest of the pre-lunch break, and then certainly post-lunch, as you know, with the leadership of the 5 BRICS nations, right? Okay, we're going to start. So those who are standing, please be seated as we get moving on to the next part of the program today. If I can just ask you guys to get seated over there. Thank you. Right, did you have a good tea? Good tea. I'm hearing some yeses there. Good tea. I hope you had a good tea. Well, we have, and I've enjoyed the networking. I think besides the tea, the meeting of people, which has been tremendous. Because, 2 days ago I made the point when I came here, I mean, there's such an energy about the coming together of people, which we cannot discount. When people of different countries, in this case, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and my home country, South Africa, when they come together, there's an amazing energy. And I think the responsibility for all of us is to amplify that energy, not just in this room, but across the world. I mean, that is the big challenge, isn't it? Okay, I need quiet on that side. I'm going to call up the next speaker, and we need absolute silence before I do that. So to tell you what's coming up next, right, 2 important issues. One is the issue of entrepreneurial opportunities for the BRICS nations, particularly with reference to, SMMEs, small and medium enterprises, and then the issue of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. So we'll have 2 moderated conversations of those coming up. But to get us there, I'd like to now call upon the Honorable Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams. She's South Africa's Minister of Small Business Development, which means when we talk SMMEs, and entrepreneurial growth. She's absolutely square on in that space. Stella, I remember meeting you a good few years ago. Your energy then was magic, and hopefully that has continued, because we need the type of magical energy that can translate into growing businesses in South Africa, on the African continent, and then throughout the BRICS nations as well. So please, quiet. We've got Stella, Honorable Minister Stella Ntamani-Abrahams. Thank you. Applause before she talks, eh? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ashraf. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of the next session, the leadership of Brazil, China, Russia, India, and South Africa, panelists, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor and pleasure for me to be standing in front of yourselves just to give this short scene as we're setting the input. The panel, as outlined, is specifically looking at entrepreneurship and market access as key enablers for MSMEs. Of course, as you said, Ashraf, as the minister responsible for the Department of Small Business Development, we can't leave this one out. I would like to bring you to 5 points that I think they're important for us to set the scene. The first one that I would like us to pay attention to is that we need to take an ecosystem approach to building a thriving entrepreneurship system in our respective countries. Our early stage entrepreneurial activity is relatively low for an upper middle income country as South Africa. We are at 17.5% of the economically active population, but reassuringly up from 10.8% from 2019. This presents an increase of more than 1.6 million entrepreneurs, from just under 2.5 million to more than 4.1 million. So we are on the up, but nowhere near where we need to be. Our country was ranked 45 out of 50 countries benchmarked in the last Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Index. The layer of export competitive MSMEs is also very narrow, estimated at around 5% of formal enterprises. To address this as the portfolio, we've just completed our 3rd strategy, and we are mobilizing all relevant role players to support entrepreneurs, especially those from underserved communities. That includes Black women, Black in general, youth, businesses from township, from the rural areas, and other marginalized sectors. We have a huge MSME credit gap, which is estimated at 350 billion rand, with the largest gap being for startups, and we are looking at a whole range of strategies for financial inclusion, including de-risking, alternative credit information systems, and blended instruments. We have since developed and established more than 100 incubators over this term of government, and will continue to prioritize this area of work, which is really showing results. We're also working with the Department of Science and Innovation, universities, and stakeholders to better integrate the national systems of innovation and entrepreneurship support. And then this is the work we are doing on market co-creation, working with corporates on enterprise supplier development, the new Africa Continental Free Trade Area markets, and new export markets afforded by our BRICS membership. My second point, we need to understand how markets and global value chains are changing, and what we need to do to strategically reposition ourselves. South Africa and many countries on the continent still play a subordinate role in global value chains as exporters of unprocessed commodities or assemblers of components designed and manufactured elsewhere. We need to ensure that the opportunities afforded by BRICS countries and the collaboration allow for late industrializers like us and other African countries to access the technology and capital to deepen local supply chains. We have to be dynamic and look to areas of future market demand and this is where innovation and technology will be a differentiator. The large corporates put energy and resources into understanding markets and how to access and service them, but SMMEs do not have this capacity. The fourth and the final point. It is one thing for SMMEs to know about trade and market opportunities, ladies and gentlemen. It is another thing entirely to access and sustain these markets. I think we have all been sending SMMEs to trade shows and expos without the impact we want. We need to do much more to make our SMMEs export competitive. This includes addressing the excessive cross-border non-tariff barriers, which you referred to as red tape, and gearing our SMMEs to meet the prescribed regulatory requirements. We must also understand that many of our SMMEs don't have the scale to penetrate and sustain export markets on their own. We must therefore work together to develop what I would call platforms of agglomeration, where SMMEs can be grouped together to achieve the scale required by the market, where they can manage quality, share risk, and associated costs of logistics, contracting, insurance, and many others. China's Dragon Head strategy, where larger firms and successful exporters pull along and support new entrant SMMEs, is a useful model to explore further. This suggests also that we should be thinking more about export clusters and about business-to-business partnerships. As the department, we have since met with the commissioners in the BRICS countries and are activating these support measures in an export support program. Ashraf, let me thank you for giving us an opportunity and wishing the panel all the best. Thank you.
Thank you. Applause for the Minister, the Honourable Minister, Stella Ndabeni Abrams. Thank you for your time. You know, I think the points made about the importance of entrepreneurship that you've touched on, and about entrepreneurship being this vehicle to shift disadvantage into advantage across various sectors, I think is very obvious, and I'm glad that you've punctuated that, right? So thank you for giving off your time. Now, with that in mind, I think our next conversation is a great segue into exactly that, right? Because we speak about the BRICS entrepreneurial opportunity and market access as a key enabler of SMMEs, right? It's a big challenge. It's a challenge all entrepreneurs dabble with. How then do we address that? So the moderator for this session is Fifi Peters, if I can call her up. Let's find her. Fifi, we're going to come up. She'll come up in just a moment. I just want to check where she is. She may well, oh, there we are. I thought for a second that you've taken either an extended tea or an early lunch.
I thought about it.
And then?
But then I realized that important business needs to be discussed right now, so I came out.
You got your priorities right. Now, just to tell you, Fifi Peters is a journalist, an award-winning journalist. She's got 2 gigs that I'm aware of in terms of work. An anchor at the television channel CNBC Africa, as well as on the business section or channel on SAFM radio. And we look forward to, therefore, I think the conversation is squarely the type of things that you talk about every single day. So I'll leave it to you. Big applause for Fifi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ashraf, for the warm introduction. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to be in your company today. And it is an honor to be addressing a topic that we have been hearing about throughout this morning, of course, being the entrepreneurial opportunity and the importance of entrepreneurs right now in the economic might of BRICS and ensuring its sustainability as well as its development. So we're going to be hearing from entrepreneurs themselves right now about how the operating environment has been for them, particularly in the past 15 years. We'll also be hearing from financiers about what the financing opportunity has been in BRICS and what the future financing opportunity potentially could be. Of course, reflecting on what is working right now and what should be improved to increase market access. So allow me to introduce you to the panel, starting with Mr. Basim Haidar. He is the chairman and CEO of BH Holdings Group, a celebrated entrepreneur and philanthropist. Could you kindly welcome him with a warm applause? As well as Mr. Diego Perez from the Brazilian Association of Fintechs. Mr. Igor Zelezetsky, the CEO of the Financial Advisory Center of Gazprom Bank. Mr. Biju Patel, who is the Group CEO of the ETG Group, India, Brazil. And last but not least, Ms. Haijing Zhao, the Executive Vice President and Chief Strategy Officer over at the Chinese Investment Corporation. Good afternoon to you all. I'm looking forward to this conversation. And Basim, I want to start off with you. So right now you are building the second cannabis manufacturing plant here in South Africa, in Pretoria. You essentially have got business exposure to every corner of the BRICS grouping right now and more. The celebrated success, but perhaps the backstory. How has your journey in gaining market access within the BRICS grouping been? What has worked?
Thanks, Fifi. Basically, as you know, I'm African. I was born in Nigeria, so it was pretty much my home when I started. So I started my businesses first in West Africa, learn the terrain, understand the cultures, the different cultures, and the diversity in Africa. But it was a very natural thing to start to expand to the south and North Africa, East Africa, and so on. And dealing with a lot of regulations is still a huge blocker for business, and especially for those that do not understand the African terrain. One of the issues is so many different laws and regulations in each of these countries. On top of that, many of the regulators that have been in power have been there so long, and they need to adapt to the new way and the new youth of how we do business today across Africa and across the BRICS countries. I have seen in some places where there's been, a lot of technological advances, mainly because the regulators understood what SMEs needed and how they could become large businesses. Obviously, I'm in technology, I'm in investments, I'm in agriculture on the medical cannabis side, as you rightly said. I chose, obviously, South Africa because the regulations were easy in terms of South Africa being kind of one of the rare signatories to a UN convention on medical cannabis, and the regulator having very strong standards that were accepted globally, which is unfortunately not available in many other African countries. Besides that, obviously the availability of land and the infrastructure to be able to export high quality grade medical cannabis out of the continent.
Sure.
You take that into context and you try and apply the same thing in other BRICS nations where we operate, it's impossible. It's just a completely different formula. So the idea was to always try and operate with the local partners that understand the markets a lot better than we do, but I think what is missing here is proper trade agreements between the BRICS countries and the newcomers, hopefully, as the BRIC expands. Today, you've got ECOWAS, you've got COMESA, you've got, I think someone needs to look at all of this again in the frame of the BRICS itself and maybe reevaluate and refurbish these agreements to better fit today's world.
So I'm going to come back to you for the specifics, particularly around the regulation that has made it difficult for you to expand, and also the trade agreements that you think could make your life and perhaps some of your respective colleagues in the SME and SMME sector rather on the continent as well as in the BRICS grouping a lot easier. But before I do, Biju, I'm actually going to hopscotch all the way to you, sir, because your business also quite deep-rooted in Africa, although you currently connect quite a number of small farmers with their exports in the agricultural sector to many places in the world right now. Basim was talking about the fact that he's managed to grow, notwithstanding some of the headwinds around regulation. What has your expansion story been like, and what would you change?
It's entrepreneurship, and the journey has been an extremely rewarding as well as a challenging experience, right, over a longer period of time. On any given day, you have both extremes, right, extreme challenge, extreme reward. And so you just have to sort of knuckle down and keep pushing forward and finding ways of getting through whatever obstacles they may be, whatever challenges they may be, and keep thriving towards a common focus or a common goal, right? But, one of the biggest challenges we can perhaps talk about across and we largely see this across most of the markets we operate within, is the regulatory environment. Again, coming back to what my colleague just said earlier. And the regulatory environment needs to sort of enable entrepreneurship. It needs to enable SMEs, MMEs investments, and so on and so forth, right? So whether we talk about India, whether we talk about Africa, a very fair, just, stable regulatory environment needs to be created. I think, and this is something as a BRICS community, we really need to sit down and figure it out, right? We're all sitting here on a wonderful stage, but I think, and just, again, we can't expect our lawmakers or our decision makers to sort of drive that. I think it's for business, and that's how, again, the whole concept of entrepreneurship starts, right? It's for business to sort of drive these changes, explore these initiatives, and force leadership and government to sort of create these frameworks. So I think that responsibility starts with us, largely. And I think we have to sort of drive a more common framework within the BRICS community. There's a lot of dynamic plays happening, whether you talk about, and from a geopolitical sense, largely, right? But it's important, I think, for us to sort of sit down and figure out what sort of works, find that commonality, and build on that.
Okay, well, that's the purpose of this platform. We're here as business to talk about that, and hopefully we'll be able to walk away with the solutions when this all wraps up. Diego, representing the fintechs over in Brazil, the largest economy over in Latin America right now. I imagine that a lot of the companies that you do represent as an association are looking beyond Brazil's borders. How has that journey been for them, particularly within the BRICS cluster?
Okay. Well, first of all, it's a privilege to be here alongside the brightest mind of our group, the BRICS nations. And in Brazil, the fintech scenario is thriving. We are growing very fast, and we have
Diego, can you speak a little bit louder? I want to make sure that I catch every single word you say.
So in Brazil, we have a successful use cases from fintechs.
Sure.
You know, so there are companies that can comprise all the Brazilian territory, but also offer services not only in Latin America, but also elsewhere, like Asia, Africa, and so on. And now we are now receiving the fintechs from our nations as well to set foot in Brazil, like the major one, the platforms that can provide cross-border payments and services for travelers and so on. And all of this was possible because of a public agenda to foster innovation, to foster technology on the benefit of the financial services in Brazil. The financial services in Brazil is very efficient. This is not the problem. The main problem is because it's very concentrated. We have only 5 big banks holding at least 80% of the financial services in Brazil. So we have to dilute this concentration by opening doors for innovation, for the smallers, for the challengers, for fintech companies that can offer those services for the people or for the small business as well, that sometimes they don't have the proper access for their services, or when they have it, they struggle with the high costs, okay? Sure. We work together with the regulator, and we try to organize the market to show them the benefits, how to provide a better business environment by considering the innovation and the technology as a key solution to include the Brazilian population and the Brazilian small business on the financial market.
Sure. So your challenge has been slightly different in a sense. Market dominance by established players has perhaps been the biggest difficulty in growth and expansion of SMEs.
Yeah, the market domination is not only the main problem, but they do not have the basic services, financial services for the daily operations, you know. And when they have, it's just a small amount, and they don't have a lot of opportunities as a big company that have access to capital markets, and to insurances, and to foreign exchange services, and so on. So it's important to open the opportunities for small business by making these services available for them. And the fintechs are playing a key role for that, because with the same dynamic of a big company in Brazil, they can offer financial services for a small group or for a specific region. So we can work with this because Brazil is a very big country. We have more than 200 million people. We have a gigantic territory, so you can focus on certain regions, certain groups of population to make this possible.
All right, okay. Hajing, I want to come to you as the starter of the perspective of financiers right now in operating in the BRICS cluster and perhaps hearing from some of these SMEs who are looking for access to capital to either start to even scale. But first of all, I would also like to hear your view on the role of SMEs in China right now in driving the growth of the economy in the past as well as the future.
Thank you, Fifi. And I've been in South Africa for a few days because I'm the chairperson for the Women's Business Alliances BRICS. So I have been extremely impressed by the live and vibrant energy of South Africa, and also has been very moved by the hospitality and the warmth of the South African people. And this is a beautiful country, so it's my great honor to be here, and also great honor to be at this session. Actually, the small and medium enterprises for the Chinese economy, they are very important. And also, Chinese people, just like the people from other BRICS countries, are very entrepreneurial.
Sure.
So ever since the reform and opening up of China, the entrepreneurial spirit has really flourished. And the SME has been really growing to become extremely important. And also, I want to make one point, that usually people say that we need technology to enable SMEs. But actually, there's the other side to it also, that is SMEs themselves, actually, they're the probably very important innovators. Because usually for the larger corporations, we say that they have a lot more R&D resources, right? Research and development. So they have a lot of innovation. But for the disruptive, revolutionary kind of technology, actually the SMEs sometimes play a more important role. And for example, in China, for 1 or 2 decades, we have like now the electric vehicle company, BYD, which is now very well known worldly.
Yeah. They recently launched in South Africa.
And also
last
we
month.
have companies like Tencent, right? They used to be SMEs, okay, extremely small. Of course, we have Alibaba, Jingdong, etc. for e-commerce. So all of these companies, they used to be SMEs, but then with technology, they've been really growing and become top companies in the world. So this is one point I'd like to make for SME. They are really important for innovation. And of course, earlier, my colleague, Mr. Zhang Shaogang mentioned in China, there is this number, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is easy for people to remember.
Sure.
That is something like, in terms of numbers, 90% of the companies are SMEs, of course. But in terms of innovation, actually 70% come from those companies. And I have to look at the numbers and say, for what is the 8 actually, 80% of urban employment come from those companies.
Okay.
Anyway, Mr. Zhang Shaogang mentioned earlier, so I'm not going to continue to talk about the numbers, but I want to say one more thing about the SME, which is inclusive financing. And it's interesting that, first of all, SME face financial bottlenecks. They do need financial support. But on the other hand, we are seeing in China that the technology have been making inclusive financing more economical and more feasible. Because with big data and the AI, etc., you are able to track the records of the companies a lot better. And also with big data, you can analyze their credit worthiness a lot easier. And also with digital technology, you can reduce the cost of transacting. So all of this, I think, has been very helpful for SME development, and I do think that SME has great future in the whole BRICS countries.
Just a quick one. So what is the framework of inclusive financing in China? How does that work?
Sorry?
Inclusive financing. You were talking about China embracing inclusive financing, particularly for SMEs. What does that look like?
Okay. I think that, first of all, the Chinese government has issued quite a few guidelines saying that our banks, our investors, etc., should try to support the real economy and SMEs. As I said earlier, actually technology is also making this economical. Because in the past, many people say that SMEs higher risk, maybe less return, and etc. But now with the technology, you can improve and make it more feasible. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thanks for that clarification. Igor, in Russia right now, I think many people are aware of the operating environment within your country right now. But just talking about the role of SMEs as Russia sees it right now, how much importance would you put on small businesses, medium-sized businesses in Russia's economy?
Thank you for the question. Thank you for inviting me on this panel, and thank you for the people of Johannesburg and to the organizers for such a welcoming atmosphere. It's been fantastic so far. I think SMEs in the current environment with the several years of volatility that we've seen globally showed that they are extremely adaptable, and they actually demonstrated the strengths of the not only of the medium and larger SMEs, but of the small guys as well. The survivability levels were quite high, and has to be said, it's visible across the various industrial sectors. So it's been, the years of volatility have been very fruitful for the future statistical analysis of why they're so resilient and robust, and in many instances they're more resilient than larger counterparts within the same industries. So it's been quite unique actually to follow it. But since we are discussing the SMEs in an international context, because right, BRICS, it's probably less about individual countries. It's more about what we can do, which synergies we can find. If we look at the goals that we as finances pursue, or what we can do to support SMEs, the basic goals are quite simple. We strive to provide the lowest possible interest rate to the SMEs to finance them sufficiently. We, again, in the BRICS format, if possible, we can improve connectivity of SMEs, improve the supply chains between the countries. And another important aspect is to find solutions to support SMEs in sectors that are considered to be high risk in terms of high credit risk, such as high-tech, biotech sectors. So we know that survival rates in these sectors are comparatively low if we look across the spectrum of SMEs. Nevertheless, we know that these guys must be supported because, as the colleagues just said, they're to a large extent they're the drivers of the innovation. So the analysis of various dynamics within the SMEs across BRICS is very important, and I think there is a lot of potential in that space.
Sure. I imagine that trying to provide capital right now, you mentioned at the lowest possible interest rates. Of course, we do know that interest rates are at some of the highest levels that we have seen in our recent history for all of us. And so if we just stick on the issue of interest rates and the cost of capital right now, most SMEs will always talk about the fact that the cost of capital and access of capital for the sector is quite difficult. And Bijou, I wanted you to perhaps reflect on this, because it was notable that your organization received a significant amount of money from the CDC, which is the UK's development finance institution. And my question to you is, why the UK's development financial institution? Where was Africa and where was BRICS?
Yeah, so perhaps just to take a step back, right? So it's also the cost of financing today. That's a big concern for SMEs, MMEs, right? Where global interest rates are, it's for many startups, it's probably very difficult to take debt onto their balance sheets. And so, I mean, over a period of time, and obviously it's a long-term journey, you build the right relationships, you build the right networks, because what you're doing on the ground, what businesses you're building on the ground creates an impact to different institutions, right? So we're not just banked by the global DFIs or the UK-based DFIs. We're also banked by a lot of African DFIs. We're banked by a lot of Indian DFIs.
Sure.
And the benefit from the more localized DFIs, and when I talk about that, for example, India Exim or Afri Exim, is that they are able to weather and support you with some of the cost benefits when you have a higher interest rate regime. They're able to provide some form of subsidy support and structuring that assists, and not just for entities like ours, but SMEs, MMEs around the world, because that's their mandate, right? Their mandate is to go and support development. Their mandate is to create impact, etc. And I think the thought that we must all take back is, what can we as a BRICS organization do to create the same or a similar type of an institution to support these entities that are really trying to develop and grow from. And as my colleague said, right, there was a time when Alibaba was just a startup, and the same for any African organization, right, or Indian organization. In India, we've had Ola, big conglomerates were startups at some stage. But they had access to the right support in the form of the right financing, and I think that's what we as a BRICS community need to figure out. Is there something we can do from a venture cap perspective with the BRICS Bank that can support these institutions, that can provide finance that sort of at least keeps these organizations going through these turbulent headwinds until the global markets reflect a better regime? I think that's what we should.
For sure. Alibaba, and of course, Haijing did also make reference of Tencent, which is quite a familiar story in the South African context. Many of South Africans and its other investors that do span across the world know the story quite well. Basim, access to money to have grown. I mean, you're operating in like 30 countries right now. The customer base, particularly in your financial services businesses, ranging over sort of 560 million customers. Was access to money difficult for you? And I suppose maybe the more important question is, how should access to capital be improved?
I mean, there's a couple of things that we really need to look at here, because when we talk about interest rates, we somehow psychologically link that to the dollar or the pound interest rates. But when you operate across the emerging markets and the BRICS countries, you realize interest rates in some of these countries are in excess of 25%. You want to conduct business in the country and you're trying to borrow financing to grow. Banks are looking at it very differently today, and banks are saying, well, okay, I'm going to lend you in dollars, but you're earning in Naira in Nigeria, for example. The rate in Nigeria started this year at 450, it's 940 today.
Sure.
So imagine borrowing. It's not only about the interest rate costs you got to worry about. You got to worry about how am I going to pay back those dollars or those pounds or those euros when the currency has halved in value. This is the biggest risk that we're facing. So in the absence of a single currency that we can trade with, access to capital is going to become worse and worse as we go on with time, because interest is just a cost, it's a line in the business. Inflation and depreciation of multiple currencies is an issue, to the extent, for example, we operate in 42 countries. We deal with about 35 different currencies. Can you imagine the reconciliation in terms of if we had debt? Luckily, we don't have the debt, but imagine we had the debt and we're suffering in this country, or the shilling has collapsed, or the CFR now is being unpegged from the euro. What's going to happen to that, etc. So we have to worry all the time about how do we continue operations when all of a sudden we see income that is coming in diminishing as a result of depreciation in these currencies.
So you support a BRICS currency?
There has to be. It's not a matter of support. There has to be. If the BRICS nations are going to have to grow, they're going to have their own single currency. The banking system eliminates the risk they then tie to the different basket of currencies that we see today. And unfortunately, until this happens, access to capital not only is very difficult, but it's becoming very expensive. So even when it's available, you have to worry about taking that capital.
Sure.
And this is the problem. The second thing is, I think, if I may, Fifi, is that, I was researching a lot about the BRICS Business Council and so on. And actually, when you go deeper into it, you look at the BRICS Business Council is kind of there, but it's to promote that specific country's interest within a specific sector. So if you look at South Africa, it's mainly focused on tourism, which is inbound travel in a way, and hotels and hospitality. But what does that say for international trade with the other BRICS countries? What does the BRICS Business Council actually do? Have we looked at trade agreements, for example, between the BRICS nations? Are we still working on the WTO standards, or do we need a new set of agreements that define the businesses, transfer of technology, intellectual property, transfer pricing between these countries? This is the big challenges we're still facing today.
You asked a question, so I'm going to ask you to answer it. Do we need new agreements?
100%.
Okay, perfect.
The agreements we have are outdated anyway.
Sure.
I mean, they're not defining today's world. It's a very new era today.
Okay. Diego, the BRICS currency, the idea around that, you've given the opportunity of Brazil. You look, because of the colonial past with Africa and Latin America, you have a lot of Portuguese-speaking people over in Mozambique, over in Angola. Would a BRICS currency, in your view, make it easier for SMEs to penetrate deeper into the BRICS cluster and ultimately improve market access?
Okay. Well, can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
So it's quite important to standardize this movement. So if the Brazilian small companies have the willingness to penetrate markets like Africa or China, they have to be able to move the money from Brazil to there, or to receive the money from those regions back to Brazil. Otherwise, you left a lot of money on the table, as we used to say in Brazil, with cost fees and transactions. So in this case, but we have to be careful about the proper standard, the proper technology. How do we do that? Because each region has its own reality and its own way to manage money, to handle money, and to transact. In Brazil now, we have a fast payment system, which called PIX, which was a great success because mainly 100% of the economically active population have used it once, you know.
Sure.
So it's impressive. And now we are moving forward for these kind of transactions to send and to receive money. But if the other BRICS nations doesn't have a similar system or doesn't have the culture of the population to use it, it's not going to work. So it's important to highlight how you can benefit the technology to transact money, to move money from the regions, and maybe a common currency would help, but I don't know the answer yet.
Okay. Bijou, I want to stick to the entrepreneurial view right now on a common currency, and whether, like some of your respective peers in the entrepreneurial space, you see there's a case for it, or whether you are happy to reconcile the different currencies in which you do get payments and make transactions with at the end of each month.
You know, I think we can perhaps take an example of past successes, right? And forget the European common currency, but just in West Africa, you have the CFA currency regime, which is predominantly driven by the Francophone-speaking part of West Africa. And to invest and do business in those markets is just a pleasure. It's easier to externalize currency there, it's easier to make investments, it's easier to channel and get support from the central banks there. And I mean, it's still relatively young, I would say, but that experience has been extremely, extremely positive. So, you know, from our end, it would be 100% support towards a common currency.
Okay, so let's put the idea of the BRICS currency to bed right now and move on. Haijing, just I think it is important to reflect on the fact that the China Investment Corporation, the China Investment Company, is one of the largest sovereign wealth funds in the world, and therefore how you view investments and the criteria of how you select where you put money in, where you don't, which SMEs you support, which SMEs you don't, is pretty important for the people in this room to hear. Can you give us that detail?
Yeah. Thank you, Fifi. I think that one lesson we all have learned is that freer flow of goods and investment is crucial for economic prosperity across the globe. So before I answer your question, I'd like to say some of my personal stories, right? For example, I think with the new technology, actually space and the distance is a lesser problem for many companies, even for the smaller companies. And for example, in China, right, I can order from the internet a box of apple from a faraway province, for example, Guizhou, which is in the mountain, okay, very far away. I can order that, and then which helps the employment in that province, and also helps reduce poverty, okay, because I order more products. The other example I want to give you is that a few years ago, I traveled to India, and I discovered a very good product, which is neem facial cleanser, okay?
Okay.
Which is cheap and high quality, actually, very good quality. Ever since I discovered that, the name is Himalaya, okay? Anyway, ever since I discovered that product, I have been ordering that product through internet.
Okay.
And also, of course, if you read President Xi's recent article, he mentioned that from South Africa, the South Africans' wine, tea, aloe vera are what he called the trending products. Actually, in China, there is a nickname for these trending products. They're called internet celebrity products.
Oh, wow.
Okay? Yeah, so once you become the internet celebrity products, many people will buy it from you, all right? So I think those have been really good businesses. Now, of course, the list can go on. You can buy beef from Brazil and chocolate from Russia. This is really amazing. I think this new technology in terms of promoting international trade, consumption, etc. Now, in order to make this possible, I think there are a few preconditions. For example, one is that we need the regulatory environment which promotes open access to market, okay? We also need infrastructure like the financial infrastructure which allows international payment, money to flow around, okay? We also need physical infrastructure and the logistics. For example, I order something, they have to be able to transport to me, right?
Sure.
So all of this, I think, are important preconditions for a good flow, quality flow of goods and investment. Now, for CSC, we are China's sovereign wealth fund, and indeed, we are over $1 trillion assets under management. We try to contribute to international prosperity by investing in several areas. So one area is actually infrastructure and logistics. The other area would be private equity, VC, venture capital, in order to help whether it's small or bigger companies to grow. So that's the private equity. We also invest in areas like agriculture. For example, recently, I'm happy to find out that we recently invested in a company in South Africa. Actually, we're going to visit them the day after tomorrow. And 20% of the revenue profits from China, they sell to China, okay? So I think those are good examples where there's tremendous opportunity. And with those opportunities, I think China Investment Corporation, we can invest in those areas, And also, of course, I forgot to say, energy transformation.
Sure.
Power generation. I think those are the area that we really want to put money in. So I do hope that we have a better governance and we have a better international governance also at the same time, so that we can invest and make financial returns, at the same time helping the local economy and helping people getting more employment, high quality employment.
Sure, sure. No, thanks for those reflections. Igor, I suppose the same question can be extended to you as a Gazprom Bank in terms of how you approach investments. But also, I wanted to speak to you about an idea that you shared prior to this panel, and it was an idea that actually kind of dovetails from what the Minister of Small Businesses here in South Africa mentioned, the idea of this entrepreneurial ecosystem. But you were talking about a cross-border entrepreneurial cluster of firms that shared a common strategy to improve competitiveness of SMEs. Practically, what would that look like and how would it work?
Yes, thank you. So I think it's important to acknowledge that the finances available to support SMEs, among other sectors, in each jurisdiction, as well as, say, across the BRICS, the resources are finite. So we probably should not approach it from the point of view that there is endless amount of money that we can just allocate in order to support the green shoots of the SMEs. So from there, we have to understand again, in the BRICS context and in the context of cooperation and harmonization, we have to understand the broad universe of the SMEs that are out there. If anyone ever sort of got involved in the analytics which are relevant to the SMEs, portfolio analysis and so on, they know that the SMEs are the most difficult sector to analyze. Why? Because the SMEs differ by size. So what's considered to be SME in Europe is up to turnover 50 million euros. What's considered to be the smallest SME in Africa, it's or individual business, we're talking about $100 equivalent and so on. So it's a vast and diverse universe. There are diversification of sectors, diversification of financial products that are being provided, and the jurisdictional specifics, the regulatory framework that colleagues were discussing. So it's harmonizing that in a BRICS context will take a lot of understanding. So information has to be collected in some sort of database that will create a universe, a common language that all BRICS countries, all lenders, for example, and to the extent consumers, will understand. It would be much easier to lend cross-border if you know the credit quality profile of the SME that you are lending. And it doesn't mean that the money will flow only to the cherry-picked few. Of course, that tendency will emerge as well. But a sober approach by, say, a fund, which we actually talked about at our working group, a fund that would be designed to support SMEs, a more sober approach would be to create classification, say, of various SMEs. For example, we have SMEs with a proven track record that are repaying regularly for last several years. These guys deserve, as local champions, they deserve a lower interest rate.
All right.
Right? So we already provided funding to bucket of companies that will return. And then remaining of the funds we can direct to companies with a higher risk profile and so on, because we want to support them, knowing fully, going with open eyes into the sector, that they will that we need to support them. So in order to create this, if you like, infrastructure, the database, which is critical, which is actually exists in most banks, especially those who work with SMEs, we need cooperative efforts. And a lot can be done by the SME lobby groups in each of the jurisdictions to combine these forces and to improve transparency and inform the lenders as to what these guys are, and then we can devise a strategy who to support, which funds to direct away, and again, in terms of funding potential of BRICS, it's as big as anywhere. If we pull it together, it's incredible.
All right. Lots to say about this topic. Unfortunately, not a lot of time left. We have less than 2 minutes between us. So I'm going to be a bit biased, and I want to ask the Africans perhaps to give us a parting shot here, because the theme of this conference is BRICS in Africa, and right now we have a tool that is expected to really help the continent rise to the occasion. That's the AFCFTA, but from an SME perspective. So I'm giving Basim and Bejim 30 seconds each. From an SME perspective, how should that AFCFTA be fine-tuned to accelerate and capacitate a lot more SMEs, not only those on the continent, but also those in the BRICS grouping looking at the Africa opportunity? Your 30 seconds starts now, sir.
Pressure, pressure. Look, it comes back again to the same thing we always say. To solve a problem, you need to understand what the problem is. And we need to dig a lot deeper into how can SMEs become large entities? They can only become so if there are frameworks and understanding from government and regulations, because we're interconnected with government whether we like it or not. One way or the other, we're working in a definition of a policy defined by each country individually. And until we have some sort of a policy that enables these SMEs to have better access to capital, better regulation, updated regulation, and then most importantly, cooperation between government and business. I always hear about business councils and advice, but this is the key element. We need government and business to sit together so we tell them what we like and they can also advise us and hear from us what the challenges we're facing.
Got you. Bijou, do your best
I
to
think,
give us the last
just
word.
to add on to what he said, and it's just a small addition, it's actually reflecting from what our colleague from China just said. Supporting through venture capital structures and private equity funds, etc., that have helped build a lot of these startups into large corporations. That's it.
We'll make that
Thank
the
you,
last
Fifi.
word. To all of you, thank you so much. I think that you have provided valuable insights into the SME opportunity in the BRICS cluster and how to realize it further. I know that a lot more conversations are going to be taking place in the next 3 days, but I do believe that you have given us a wonderful starting point on which to continue those deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me thank my panelists for their valuable insights. And we can make our way off the stage through there. Thank you.
Okay, there we are. I hope you took a lot out of that very important conversation. I mean, I'm just picking out the last bit about, how do SMMEs become bigger? Basically, how does an SMME become a BMME, something along that line. We need to, and that's the big challenge, I think, not just in Africa, but certainly around the world, and the level of enablement that allows for that to happen. Now, with that in mind, I think our next conversation is really important. We'll have a debate, a moderated debate on the free trade agreement, the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Before we get there, some points I need to tell you. One is, the talks and the moderated sessions are all available. They're recorded. If you just scan the QR code, you'll be able to download all of them. So you've got that. That's one. The other is, oh yes, by the way, there's a laptop has been missing. If somebody has, by chance, erroneously picked up a laptop bag that contains a laptop, please perhaps bring it up here if you can. It really would be appreciated. It's been missing for about an hour now. So laptop by mistake, just bring it up here. Right, so this is the last session we'll have now before the lunch break. And thereafter, we'll switch into leadership mode, where the leaders of the countries, the 5 countries that make up BRICS, will be present. That comes up later on. To get us there, I now call upon His Excellency Wamkele Mene, who is the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area. That, I think, in the context of what was discussed before and what may happen just now, is particularly important. So if I can call upon His Excellency Wamkele Mene to come up onto the podium, we look forward to your talk. He'll come up in a moment. Thank you. There we are. Give him the applause. I think he missed the first round of applause there. Let's hear it louder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. It's a pleasure to join this session of the BRICS Council. For the first time, the AFCFTA has been invited to be part of this very important dialogue. And I want to start by appreciating the business leaders, the ministers that are here, and of course, the supporting officials who have come from all the BRICS countries. You may be aware that as we speak, there is a trade agreement that is under implementation and operationalization, the African Continental Free Trade Area, which today has been ratified by 47 countries, and only one country in Africa is yet to sign this agreement. It's a very, very high-level ambition agreement, sets timelines for elimination of intra-Africa trade barriers, intra-Africa investment barriers, and more importantly, seeks to position the continent for foreign direct investment. And that is why the dialogue that you've invited us to participate in today and yesterday is so critical, so that we can jointly explore these synergies for investment, for infrastructure, financing, for trade support, to ensure that countries of the Global South indeed do become globally competitive, and that they do establish an alternative set of supply chains, so that when we see these disruptions taking place again, developing countries, African countries, can sustain themselves even in the middle of a crisis. And so this AFCFTA, as I said earlier, is a very ambitious agreement. It includes trade in goods, trade in services, intellectual property rights, investment protection, digital trade, and of course, a very important protocol on women and youth in trade. And so I hope over the next few days, since this is the first time we've had an opportunity to discuss this in the context of the BRICS, I hope that in the next few days, we will ensure that the investment opportunities, the trade opportunities that the AFCFTA will create across the 47 countries, that in the next few years, we will see mutually beneficial investment. And so I look forward to talking to many of you individually from the various countries that are represented here today. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Stick around there. So, you know, when they talk about discounts on free trade, we told you 5 minutes, you spoke for 2.5 minutes, or 3. So you gave us a 2-minute discount, which is appreciated, and maybe that will translate into other aspects of free trade. Thank you so much for that, right? Stick around, because I'd now like to call upon the moderator for the next session, which will include our speaker, His Excellency Wamkele Mene as well, and that's on the issue of building a partnership between BRICS nations and the rest of the African continent for mutually beneficial opportunities for increased trade, investment, and infrastructure development for the integration within the African continent. It's a particularly important issue. To do just that, let me call upon Gugulethu Mfupi, who's an award-winning financial journalist with the radio channel Kaya 959. So, Gugu, I trust you behind me. Thank you. I'll leave it over to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we could have a little bit more energy than that, right? We are the panel that is up between our lunch break, but yet we have an invigorating conversation to participate in. Thank you so much. We appreciate the applause, and of course, the conversation that we are going to focus on is one that has featured and has peppered many of the earlier panel discussions earlier today. We've underscored the importance of BRICS nations, and of course, ensuring that we continue to spear ahead with the objective and the goal of enhancing investment as well as trade, not only amongst BRICS nations, but how best we can use this as a springboard to leverage opportunities right across the continent by taking advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. Well, this next panel is going to do exactly that. So I'm going to welcome each of them up on stage. Please warmly welcome them as they start by taking a seat to the closest chair to my right-hand side. We'll start with yourself, His Excellency, the Secretary General of the African Free Trade Area Agreement. Please warmly welcome, as we know, His Excellency Wamkele Mene, who joins us on stage. He'll be followed by a representative of South Africa, the BRICS Business Council, leader of the SA chapter, also a representative of Aspen Pharmacare, leading pharmaceuticals company across many emerging markets, Dr. Stavros Nicolaou, joining us in the second chair. Representing Brazil, we have Mr. Angelo Oselame, who is the head of Middle East and Africa at Marco Polo, well-known passenger vehicle manufacturer across the continent. Warm welcome to you, sir. Representing Russia, we have Mr. Mikhail Makarov, who is the Chair for Trade and Investment Working Group, also the Director at the Agency for Strategic Office within the Presidency. Warm welcome to you, sir. Representing India is Mr. Onkar Kanwa, who is the chairman of the BRICS Business Council India chapter, as well as chairman of Apollo Tyres, with operations in many markets, including right here in South Africa. A warm welcome to him. And of course, our last guest is Mr. Wang Tongzhou, who is the chairman of the China Communications Construction Company. A little musical chairs there at the end, but a warm welcome to each of you gentlemen, and thank you so much for your time. All right, to my panelists, we have to wake this audience up, right? You can tell that we are standing between lunch and a much-needed break for many participants. But the truth is, this has got to be one of the most invigorating conversations we're going to engage in. It's very clear that the African Continental Free Trade Agreement presents the opportunity to create the largest free trading bloc across the globe and unlocks opportunity for socio-economic development, the advancement of infrastructure, and of course, increased investment flows that need to come into the African continent. But I think it's only fair that we characterize the conversation by getting some context and an understanding of where we are right now regarding AFCA. And perhaps, Secretary General, this is where you can pepper the conversation with a lot more detail. As of this year, in January 2023, we understood that 54 of the 55 nations had already ratified AFCA as a significant role of regulation. But we also understand that there has been progress that has been made by several governments in order to facilitate trade across our continent, literally connecting the West and the East. Give us some perspective as to how far we are in terms of this progress.
Well, thank you very much. And again, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me today. As we speak, there are 47 countries that ratified the agreement establishing the AFCFTA. Only one African country is yet to sign the agreement. And all of these countries that have ratified have accepted the legal obligations, the commitments to significantly reduce barriers to intra-Africa trade. Intra-Africa trade is estimated to be at around 18%, which is very, very low. The African continent cumulatively trades more with the rest of the world than with itself. And so we have to take concrete steps to eliminate those existing legal barriers. There are other barriers. Infrastructure is a very big challenge. I know that that is a matter that came up yesterday. But at the starting point is to introduce laws, regulations that eliminate the intra-Africa barriers that we've seen for the last 60 years. Over the last 3 to 4 years, the ministers of trade have been negotiating, hard at work, negotiating the various protocols. They have concluded all of the protocols except 2, which will be concluded by the end of the year: the protocol on digital trade and the protocol on women and youth in trade. But all other protocols have been concluded. They are at a national level in terms of ratification. There's additional work that the ministers of trade are doing, and that is to introduce tools which will take the agreement to commercial meaningfulness. So, in other words, we know we have a big challenge of payments in Africa. We have 42 currencies. So if you are in Kenya, you want to trade with somebody who is in Ghana, you have to use a third currency for intra-Africa trade. You will have heard President Ruto a few weeks ago saying, when Kenya trades with Djibouti, why is the dollar involved? 2 African countries trading using a third currency. And so we've introduced the Pan-African Payments and Settlement System,
yes,
which will enable payments for trade in Africa in local currency. You will no longer have to rely on a third currency. You will no longer have to buy a third currency to trade in Africa. We have also introduced the
That's fantastic to hear. The fact that you're getting this positive feedback from the audience certainly tells us that you're making progress there.
We certainly believe that one of the biggest constraints to trade in Africa and one of the biggest constraints and barriers to SMEs and young entrepreneurs is the cost of trade. So we want to move beyond just the trade agreement and introduce tools that will enable the trade to happen. I will mention maybe 1 or 2 other areas. The AFCFTA Adjustment Fund, for example. We have mobilized over $1 billion through Afreximbank because we know that there will have to be the trade finance support to enable SMEs to trade, to enable young entrepreneurs to take advantage of this market. So a market of 1.3 billion people with a combined GDP as we speak of 3.4 trillion United States dollars has the ability, as you said in your opening remarks, has the potential to enable the African continent to be globally competitive.
And that's exactly what we want, exploring those opportunities and ensuring that we claim that particular role and function. But that's the context of the Africa Act. But this also needs to align fully with the collaborative efforts that we have as BRICS nations. And Dr. Stavros, this is where I'd like to come to you, Dr. Nicola, to give us some perspective with regard to the trade patterns, the numbers and the outcomes that we witness here, in order for us to understand how, when we do align and tie in Africa as an act, that we're able to leverage on those opportunities. But let's start off by just getting context on the levels of trade that have taken place between 2017 and 2021 that actually speak to South Africa remaining an important and critical hub in order for BRICS nations to access the continent.
Gugu, let me firstly thank the organizers for this opportunity. And this is a very relevant thematic and one that at a BRICS Business Council level we've been significantly seized with. Let's unpack some of the numbers, because the numbers kind of never lie here, right? So my colleague, the SG, has unpacked the African potential. So he's indicated Africa is a market of around $3.4 trillion. I understand that by 2050 that will grow to between 16 and 17 trillion dollars. Now, to give some perspective to that, China's the PCR's economy is around $17 trillion in today's terms, of course. We should also bear in mind, and I'm going to come to the trade patterns in a minute. I just want to link the two here. That's what I'm trying to do. But with our continent, the population will double also by 2050 to 2.5 billion.
Yep.
So from 1.3 to 2.5 billion. And this is going to be mainly young, tech-savvy consumers. They will be the productive workforce of Africa going into the future. And it is going to be and remains at present the youngest continent of any continent. Okay, and one final statistic I wish to cite is we currently have 2 countries in the world that exceed a population of 1 billion.
Yep.
It's India and China. And the estimate is that by the turn of the century, the only other country, the third one, that will join the billion inhabitants club is Nigeria. So I just want to put this thing of Africa and the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and the relevance of aggregating markets, both for scale and size, in perspective. Now let me move on to the trade patterns.
Yep.
There's constantly a question, is BRICS working for South Africa? Okay. So let's look at some of the detail around that. I think firstly, no one can doubt that the trade statistics demonstrate that it is working, as are the investment flows. Okay. But let's drill down on the trade statistics, because you mentioned in a 4-year period between 2017 to 2021, South Africa realized a 44% growth with the 4 BRIC partners. So clearly it's worked, because that outstripped our average growth and in fact was the fastest growing geography for us. Not that BRICS is a geography, but it is a formation. When we drill down to the detail, however, we do run trade deficits as South Africa with these 4 countries. Now that's no surprise, and neither is it a negative, because these are 4 big economies. Number 2, 5, and 8 economy find their way in BRICS.
Yep.
So it's China, India, and Brazil. So no surprise that we are running a deficit. What is important for us is how do we turn that deficit into opportunity for our businesses here in South Africa, and the nexus and the link back into Africa by default for other African businesses, which is what my colleague the SG has been referring to. So lastly, I'm going to give an example, just as an illustrative example, because the patterns demonstrate that we export raw materials and we import added value finished products.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm going to cite Brazil as an example. South Africa's second largest export to Brazil is centrifuge machines. Okay. I didn't even know we made centrifuges in South Africa, to be frank with you. Now, if we can sell centrifuges to Brazil, there must be some element of competitiveness there. And then we've got to look at, can we do the same with Russia, India, and China? Okay. And that's the exercise that we seized with at the moment. That is the type of mindset we want to change in the BRICS Business Council, where we're looking at opportunities on a complementary and supplementary basis. I don't expect to close the deficit or convert it into a surplus anytime soon, but it's about identifying those opportunities that give you an export orientation.
That's a very relevant point, especially on expanding the various products and services that we're able to exchange with our partners. But to stay with you just a little bit longer, Stavros, I am keen for us just to interrogate where South Africa is at the moment. Many have questioned the lack of, I guess, energy in terms of power supply, of course, vibrancy in terms of economic growth. But help us understand how South Africa still remains a critical springboard to allow BRICS partners to access the rest of the continent.
Look, firstly, I think we need to recognize that we are the second biggest economy on the continent. Nigeria and Egypt are jointly the first, neck and neck. However, South Africa remains the most industrialized, the most diverse, and the economy with the strongest financial services sector on the continent. And as much as we are lamenting our infrastructural and logistics supply chain constraints at the moment, in relative terms for the context, our supply chain is relatively effective. Okay, I'm not saying we don't have constraints, please don't get me wrong. We do, and we are addressing them as a country through the B4SA initiative by way of example, which we can unpack a little later if we wish, if we have time. But suffice to say that South Africa, because of its diversity, the makeup of its economy is the natural fulcrum between BRIC and the African Continental Free Trade Area, because of what I've just said.
Definitely. Glad that you've elaborated on that, because it also speaks to a sense of stability that we see in terms of leadership and the collaborative efforts, as you've highlighted, between both the private as well as the public sector. Well, you mentioned Brazil, and it would be remiss of me not to come to Mr. Osalame to get some feedback here. And you yourself are a mover of people, quite literally, given the manufacturing of passenger vehicles that Marco Polo actually participates in. And this is where I'd like to fully understand, given that motor vehicles do form part of the top 5 traded items between South Africa as well as Brazil, perhaps you can expand on some of the opportunities that you've also identified right across the continent that have proved to be fruitful for Marco Polo.
Okay. All right. Thanks very much for the question, Gugu. Yes, the continent as it is for Marco Polo has always, for our company, has always been an important place, because essentially for what we do, which is move people, and we have been present here since the 80s in several different countries. You can see our products and our combinations, and how we manage to support many of the African cities, such as Joburg, Lagos, Accra, Abidjan, Kinshasa, Luanda, and many others. What I do believe that I could add up a little bit to this panel is a little bit about the experience that we have being present in so many countries and having to look every one of them individually from a regulatory perspective. I think this is something that the African Trade Agreement can bring to the table to really improve this trade between the countries. If I can give you a couple examples, we have a factory here established just outside of Joburg in Germiston, where we have managed to comply with all the regulatory requirements in terms of local content, in terms of specification, and sometimes we cannot benefit from that if you're going to export to another country. So this is a very, let's say, simple example, but maybe it says a little bit about how maybe a bigger market, a bigger universe in terms of market could represent and give even more incentives from the private sector to invest in the country.
Fantastic. Mr. Osalame, I'm also assuming if we stick with you that the AFCA does provide a great opportunity for you to expand on some of these opportunities by leveraging on the investments that you have in different markets. How have you analyzed this in your view?
Yes. Okay. So we have currently this investment here in South Africa, right? But we do believe that the logistics aspects, we could have even much more places that we could benefit from that. So having this agreement and facilitating the trade, we believe that the exchange and the trade between the countries could be very much benefited.
100%. Well, we're going to take a look as well as other commitments and opportunities that have been identified by many of our BRICS partners, and perhaps Russia is a great one to start with. We would all recall that earlier this year we witnessed the Russia-Africa Summit, where again the levels of trade, investment and partnership were also aligned between these particular nations. And Mr. Makarov, I'm keen to get your understanding here as to how this has, I guess, reinvigorated an opportunity to enhance trading opportunities between Russia and Africa, given that there is significant scope for growth there.
Yes. Thank you. Dear Google, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to take participation in this session. And you know, dear colleagues, today is the official day of the Russian flag. And I was very asked to make my, let's say, speech in Russian language. So, and probably пока, наверное, наши коллеги надевают наушники и переключают so bottom four or five? Just 6.
Yes, 6 would be for Russian, that's correct.
In English, yeah. Давайте я расскажу немножко пару слов об агентстве стратегических инициатив Российской Федерации. Оно было создано 12 лет назад президентом Владимиром Путиным, тогда он был премьер-министром. И по сути, это проектный офис президента. Чем мы занимаемся? Мы поддерживаем проекты, которые нацелены на системные изменения в экономической и социальных сферах. Как офис международных связей у нас есть два больших направления. Первое направление – это поддержка проектов, которые заинтересованы в международной экспансии. И такую программу мы называем программа Go Global. В рамках этой программы на этот форум, на экспо этого форума мы привезли 17 компаний. Я приглашаю всех присутствующих найти время и приехать на экспо в Галлахер, где в холле 2 есть удивительный и уникальный стенд Российской Федерации, где эти компании присутствуют. Спектр этих компаний – это топовые российские компании. Их спектр огромен, спектр их деятельности. Это здравоохранение, это пищевая промышленность, это робототехника, это образование и даже индустрия дронов, которая сейчас так сильно актуальна. И в том числе для Южной Африки с учетом сельского хозяйства, в том числе. Второе большое направление – это консорциумы. У нас есть большой опыт, почему я говорю про консорциумы институтов развития так называемых наших союзных государств. В июне этого года в рамках Евразийского союза мы, как агентство стратегических инициатив, подписали создание консорциума аналогичных институтов развития Евразийского союза. Я напомню, это Казахстан, Армения, Киргизстан, Россия и Беларусь. У нас разнообразная повестка. Мы, как агентство, готовы делиться лучшими практиками. И, наверное, в рамках вот консорциума Евразийского союза это наш основной функционал. Республика Армения уже взяла на вооружение наш рейтинг регионального развития инвестиционной привлекательности регионов и уже успешно его внедряет. Также мы активно занимаемся зеленой повесткой, все, что касается низкоуглеродного следа. И в этом году в рамках, опять-таки, вот Евразийского форума, который был в Москве, мы провели очень успешный конкурс, премию зеленых проектов, это экологические проекты, климатические проекты. И мы не ожидали, что будет такой большой запрос. К нам пришло более 300 проектов, что на евразийском пространстве для нас было более чем удивительно. Также мы планируем в следующем году аналогичный конкурс и в дополнение организовать премию по проектам евразийской интеграции. То есть мы считаем, у нас также 5 стран, как страны БРИКС, и что мы считаем интеграционными проектами, это проекты, которые участвуют более чем в 3 странах, то есть 3 и более. Поэтому к чему я это все веду? К тому, что у нас есть сегодня на этом форуме, сейчас есть предложение от России к нашим аналогичным институтам развития наших дорогих партнеров, стран-участников БРИКС, рассмотреть возможность об организации аналогичного консорциума институтов развития. Какова может быть повестка? В первую очередь мы видим большой потенциал, опять-таки для стран-участниц, это разработка альтернативных подходов к существующим правилам устойчивого развития, к нашим правилам ESG. Мы понимаем, что нам нужна некая альтернатива, в том числе и декарбонизации, и в том числе по инициативам в рамках глобального потепления. Второе, что могло бы быть, это анализ и реализация синергий между странами БРИКС. Очень много говорится на форумах про то, что у нас есть большой потенциал, но, как обычно, этим, к сожалению, очень часто все и заканчивается. И год от года этот потенциал, к сожалению, не реализовывается. Поэтому здесь у нас есть конкретные предложения по поводу синергий. Это и оптимизация логистических маршрутов, и увеличение продаж в национальных валютах, естественно, и упрощение сертификационных барьеров, и кооперация в области защиты интеллектуальных прав, потому что это очень тоже важный аспект, проведение совместных акселерационных программ и возможное взаимодействие и сотрудничество, и мы в этом видим отдельный большой приоритет и также большую перспективу в нашей гуманитарной повестке. О чем я говорю? Это в том числе взаимовыгодное сотрудничество в образовательной, научной и культурной сферах. Мы можем потом отдельно поговорить про так называемую креативную экономику. И третье, здесь мы предлагаем, опять-таки, в рамках вот такой повестки, если
I'm going to ask you to pause it there for just a moment because you've really elaborated on a significant number of opportunities that we can definitely tap into. And I do believe that these speak directly to the needs not only of representatives in the room, but also many more participants that we can expand this and open this up to when it comes to tapping into these opportunities. I'm keen to also get your understanding and I guess your perspective as to how the diversification of sectors plays a critical role here, because you touched on themes like robotics, you touched on green energy, which is much needed on the continent, but I'm aware that the creative industry is also a sector that you look into to actually enhance the level of trade between Russia, its BRICS partners, and capitalizing on that across the rest of the African continent. Give us some perspective on that very briefly.
Absolutely. You mean about creative economy?
Expanding on the creative economy as well as other sectors.
Да, я, наверное, опять продолжу на русском, коль уж я начал. О чем мы говорим? Если мы говорим про креативную экономику, во-первых, мы, считаем, что это абсолютно недореализованная сфера, и у нее будет очень большой потенциал. Мы считаем, что это будет, наверное, одна из 3 наиболее быстрорастущих экономик во всем мире. Второе, мы считаем, что у России здесь есть большой задел, и если посмотреть на такие сферы, как дизайн, электронная музыка, сфера анимационных фильмов, сфера игровых, вообще игр, видеоигр и вообще сфера программирования, я уже не говорю про молодых русских художников во всех этих сферах, мы понимаем, что мы можем дать миру больше даже, чем получить. Поэтому основная задача – это интеграция именно в первую очередь со странами БРИКС. И здесь в качестве такого практического действия у нас запланировано до конца года несколько таких креативных миссий в наши дорогие страны-участницы БРИКС. Это именно сообщество. Например, сообщество российских дизайнеров. Это 20-30 дизайнеров, которые едут в Китай. Никто не знает, что электронная музыка была вообще создана в России 100 лет назад. И это тоже отдельная история. Мы можем устроить такой же фестиваль, как делается в Берлине. И многое-многое другое. Я просто про это могу говорить очень долго.
That's quite refreshing to hear, and also educating us on a perspective of creative economies and how electric music is actually started in Russia, but of course presents opportunities for us to look broader and beyond just natural resources and the current commodities that we exchange. And I believe that that's critical, because if you do take a look at the level of creative input that actually comes from the African continent, there are key markets like Nollywood in Nigeria and many others that have actually seen a significant amount of growth, so that does present a heightened level of opportunity. Well, we've touched on the new aspects of sectors and trade that we can look into. We've obviously highlighted opportunities that do exist when it comes to the manufacturing field with passenger motor vehicles. But I do think it's also imperative for us to actually reflect on some of the learnings as to how trade and trade relations amongst the BRICS nations and opportunities across the African continent have evolved in a post-pandemic world. However, the opportunities are still there. And perhaps, Mr. Kanwa, this is where I can come to you to give us some insight. Again, coming from an economy that has really managed to bolster economic growth and its economic performance, give us your lessons and observations as to now that we live in an environment where we've got BRICS, we've got AFCA, and we understand the learnings of the pandemic. How does this leverage and propel us further to enhance and, of course, develop further growth across the African continent?
Very good question. I think you raised a very valid point. Today, African continent has 1.2 billion people. By 2030, the total population will go to 1.7 billion. And you have a youthful population. You have a lot of arable land which is not being used. Whereas India is importing a lot of pulses and other things. So I think that's another area in agriculture where you have to deploy people so that employment is created. At the same time, the land is used. Instead importing, today a lot of things are imported into this country. So it's important to see how we can deploy the youthful people, this young youth, which you have, plenty of them, they make them employable. Apart from that, you have a mineral wealth. Now what is happening is today, mineral wealth is being exported. Now also there is a say, you have 50% of the gold reserve. I think you have 100% of the gold reserve. But 50% is gold, 50% in the hearts of African peoples.
Ah, that's a beautiful way to put it.
So
50% is the hearts of African people. I'm not too sure if you caught that one. Continue, sir.
So I think a lot of things can be derived, especially I see a lot of opportunities in terms of, improving skills. Now you have youth, there's no sense if they are not good in education. Important is educate them, one thing. But if the person has no interest and not able to do well, what do you do? You don't have unemployable youth, which can be a challenge for the nation. So it's very important that start skilling. And I think this we can share from Indian example. Because every youth is not that good in education. We may not be having that kind of marks. There's a lot of, even if they graduate, a lot of them don't get jobs. So I think 2-3 things I recommend. One is on the skilling side. Other is trying to see how we can improve the agriculture side. We become exporter rather than importing everything. So you have so much arable land and so many people to feed. Now we had the same problem in India. If you go back to 60s,